everyone, and welcome. Welcome to Fate's End, a homebrew Dungeons & Dragons game driven by Fate. I will be your tale weaver for this evening. Again, our follower goal, we are aiming for 1,000 followers. We're currently at, 724? 723? 724? And we're aiming for 1,000. When we reach that 1,000, magical things are going to happen. But you don't know what they are. No one does yet. But it's gonna happen. Shout out to Z and Peku for their gorgeous digitally painted maps. We are using their maps for the Arisalant. That is at patreon.com/ZandPeku, which is CZEPEKU. We also want to shout out to Tabletop Audio for the ambiance and music in most of our episodes. All of the audio is amazing and completely free to use in your own games, but please consider supporting Tim on Patreon so he can continue to make amazing sound sets. We currently support him and encourage you to do so as well. We'll put a link to his website in the chat with Command TA Daniel. We also want to shout out our partners, Wanderly Dice. They're a small hand... I sound like a friggin' like... We're going to a show. We're gonna get some tickets. They are a small dice-making company here in Huntsville, Alabama. They make sharp edge dice, jewelry, other adventure items such as hand-stamped leather journals, resin pens, and you can find their shop at wanderlydice.com and use the code INKandLyre10 to get 10% off your order. Our partner, Nine Realms Gaming, of course, they create top-notch gaming accessories from the finest woods this realm has to offer. They make dice trays, dice vaults, hero vaults, dice towers, all gorgeous. If you want to grab some epic game gear, visit their website, ninerealmsgaming.com, and use our exclusive partner code LYRE10 to get 10% off. And they're actually working on something super secret for us we can't talk about, but you know it exists now. But it's going to happen. You're going to see soon. Shout out to Sirenscape. We use their online player during our stream. We also use their ambient sounds from time to time as well. And we also use Artlist for a lot of our music as well. We have a conglomeration of music everywhere. Just a reminder, our Discord is available to all of our community members. That is Command Discord. Come in there, hang out with us, chill. You know, we're small and humble. So are we? I was like, we're so humble. We're just so humble. Come be a part of the humbleness, Daniel.
Yes.
Daniel's just like, oh my God, Lauren.
Some would even say we are the most humble.
We are the most humble of the humbles.
So humble.
We're humbler than Humblewood, which is super humble. And there's an entire forest of humbleness. I don't know where I'm going with this.
Daniel's going in a great direction. Just keep going.
Can't get off this train now.
Lost in our humble
We're on the
forest.
crazy train. We're going fast. Shout out to Puzzle Master by Gilladeps for one of tonight's puzzles. You can grab these puzzles for your game on DM's Guild. I'm going to put a link to that in chat. Highly recommend their stuff. They have amazing puzzles with great printables that you can use in your own games, and you can, very versatile too, where you can change things to suit it.
You got more puzzles tonight?
I know.
I mean,
That's
maybe there might be puzzles. Nobody knows.
Let me go follow this link real quick.
No. Follow us on social media. You can use Command Socials to check out all of our Ink and Lyre social channels. Or if you want to follow the cast of Fate's End, you can use Command Fatecast, and you can follow the entire cast here, Fate's End. Again, community challenge for our scrolls. Please donate your scrolls from watching our stream to get that Snog tarot card drawn. So yeah, if you there's a little scroll at the bottom of the screen next to chat. Don't forget to add your scrolls and contribute to that community challenge that we have going on right now. And once that is complete, we're actually making some headway. We're gonna have a Snog tarot card drawn up, part of our collection. Are we halfway?
Almost.
Are we really?
Almost halfway. We're
We're almost halfway.
Yeah, we only have 500,000 more to go.
Oh, God.
500,000.
That's it. We're so
I feel like
Okay.
this card needs to be like the cover of the deck.
Yeah,
After all.
if you could make this like a full outdoor mural and like paint it on the side of a building.
Of course. Why wouldn't I? Yes. The house. We'll paint it on the house, right?
Yeah!
Yes.
It'll be
See it from space.
it'll be
Get it
pubescent
tattooed on
snonk.
yourself.
It'll be
Oh my God.
pubescent snonk.
So
Tonight, Raemirith is going to be recapping us from the last episode. So with that, the time has come. Let's draw our cards for tonight's episode of Fate's End.
What are you doing here? This place is very dangerous. Okay, look, I'll catch you up real quick, but then you have to get back on the ship. When we last left off, it had been a few weeks since our little intervention, and hardly anyone was speaking. Finn stopped training with Luden, and everyone was kind of keeping to themselves. I went to Samson to see how he was doing and to give him his gift. We haven't talked much since he's gotten back.
All wrapped up. We'll give it to you to unwrap.
I unwrap it immediately and say, "Oh, thank you, Uri. What is it?"
You open it and it is a horn. And you probably recognize.
This is in bad taste.
You probably recognize that it is shaped in. It's made of bronze, and it's shaped in the. It's shaped to look like the piece of the horn that you lost. And he'll say, well, it's not just for looks. It's actually got a bit of a function to it. It's a horn of silent alarm.
Ooh, is that a real thing?
Of course, I made it real. No, it's real.
Oh, it's a real thing. Okay.
He says, yeah, you blow into it, and one of us, just think of one of us in the party, and only we'll be able to hear it.
Interesting.
For
600 feet.
yeah, and just in case you ever get split off again, and we need to come get you.
Samson's pretty aloof, but I think he appreciated the new horn. We all deserve to feel whole, you know? As we approached the hurricane, everyone convened to discuss what to do with Cassius. Even after what he did to that Sky Reaper, some of us are still under the assumption that we're taking care of him.
Go ahead.
Cassius is just now getting comfortable. Can't we keep him a little longer?
Yeah, I mean, we can. If we think that's best for him. I worry that if we keep what we're doing right now is very, very dangerous. And Cassius is very strong, but he's new to this world, and I worry about what's going on up here, you know?
Did you see the way he swung that sword? He's not new to this world.
He's new to this world. He's been
He
on this
doesn't know
boat.
who he is.
He knows how to fight. Go ahead.
Oh, I think he should learn.
The crew began preparing for the ascent over the storm. Everyone tied themselves to the mast, but I just went back below deck with Grom. Don't they know how thin the air gets in this altitude?
You see one of the crew members passes out unconscious onto the ship and just like begins to roll back until the rope goes slack and they're just laying there. Praeria. You fall to your knees and you pass out.
I guess not. Luckily, Hesperie stepped up and piloted the ship safely into the eye of the storm. Is she just good at everything?
The ship grows even closer. And as you make your second save, you guys just continue, like, it feels like you're breathing through a straw. And you see a few more crew members just kind of pass out and go, like, rolling until the rope goes slack. And I'll make another save for Addie.
Yeah, Eddie. No, Eddie.
No, Eddie.
With
No.
that, Addie, you see Addie, and she's just like, and then you just see Addie let go, and she just falls over, passing out. And then the ship just begins to, and you feel like everything begin to move. It is now unmanned.
Okay. I've been working with Addie and Theus for these last 6 weeks.
You sure
and I'm up
have.
there doing a medicine check.
You sure have. And it is your time.
Okay!
You sure
I look
have.
over where I'm trying to get Theus unconscious and I see it's unmanned, and there is that moment where Esprit has the thought of, technically, I could have not seen that it's unmanned. If I said, oh, I didn't notice, people might believe me that I wouldn't have to do anything. But then she goes up and she's gonna attempt.
What does this look like as you take control of the aircraft?
Absolute panic. Just like she jumps to her feet, wings in action, puts her hand on the wheel, 10 and 2, 10 and 2.
Well, it's not a wheel, it's a control panel.
Okay, she tries to do this first and then she like looks down at everything, panics down at it for a second, and then just tries to remember exactly what Addie was doing and tries to copy it, every single movement that Addie did.
An ominous tower stood in the middle of the storm, and everyone could feel it. I'm not sure if it was chance or fate, but it suddenly became very clear why we were here.
You all see Cassius, and he's intensely focused on these black veins kind of pouring out from the tower and down into the depths of the water, down past the base of the tower, and below the ship where the whirlpool originates, and he looks concerned.
Is there something wrong, Cassius?
These dark veins. He kind of points down below where they pass into the water, and you look, and where the veins touch the water, you see kind of black ink-like substance that moves and swirls out into the water, and he grips the handle of his sword tighter. Whatever lives in this tower, the darkness infects, perhaps, or affects the very oceans itself. I should stay with the ship. These veins might become more mobile once our presence is known, if not already. And who knows how this darkness has infected the creatures of the depths.
It's one of them, isn't it?
There was a tile puzzle of sorts guarding the entrance to the tower. While Luden and I took time to try and decipher the pattern, Samson and Finalite took a more straightforward approach.
I step on the scary guy with a knife.
Alright, let's see. As you step on the scary guy with the knife, Daniel,
Sound.
I'm sorry, Samson.
Samson is momentarily seized by Daniel, who commands him to step onto the man.
You're standing there, and your hairs begin to stand up on your head, on your arms, and then all of a sudden, just from the sky, I need everyone within 30 feet of Samson to make a dex save.
I'm off the side of the balcony. I'm off the side of the balcony. It was steamy.
You move yourself. You get your little butt back over here, Lewin. Get your no. Get your butt back.
The inside of the tower appeared abandoned. The door was barred shut from the inside, and everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. As we began investigating, though, we discovered we weren't totally alone.
Looking around the side of the armchair over the top, and you see a sugar bowl with small arms at its side. It holds its finger up to his face as if to shush the kettle, the teacups, and the saucers around it, moving the lid on its head forward in a stern expression as if preparing for battle, and holding a spoon in its hand like a spear, ready to pounce and attack. What do you do?
The dinnerware wasn't the only thing alive in the tower. A voice, or more like an echo, warned us to turn back. Parts of me wanted to, but the tower must have been her home before one of the 7 infected it, and we couldn't just leave it like this.
You hear a voice echo out from all around you. You do not belong here. Those are not yours. Go. Your curiosity endangers you. Endangers all. There is nothing for you here. If you seek riches, you shall find none. If you seek glory, you shall find none. Leave.
We tried to explain to the Echo that we were only here to help, but we were met with another obstacle. A cipher with a hidden message.
Yes, you all move up the staircase to the second floor, and you notice a large, heavy wooden door blocking your path. The door is odd. You notice no handle or lock. You see in large letters the words, "Turn back." And underneath that, a series of rivets lined up one after another. Beneath that, still, you see a jumble of letters under the metal knocker. And you see a wheel with the entire alphabet. All right, I'm pausing the game.
This is the thing, isn't it?
Totally not gonna die.
We're fine.
Okay. Do we make it to an episode 36? That's the real question.
I have no concerns at all.
All right. So, jumping back into tonight's episode, as you walk into the second story floor, and looking out into this room, you see a floor-to-ceiling library. Gorgeous, gorgeous library with a variety of books. In the center of the room, another set of plush armchairs and ottomans to pull your feet up on next to the side tables. You look over and see those pulsating vine-like vein roots forming the second-story balcony. Even from here, you can see the outer wall edges of the whirlpool. Most of the room is illuminated by the light coming from the second-story balcony. Very tall Art Nouveau style double doors with organic glass panels that lead out onto this balcony. Another staircase leading up to the third floor wraps and twists around near the back of the room. The ceiling is completely painted. You see painted constellations of all great heroes of Aurora, including Cassius. Every now and then you see a few streaks across the heavens. Shooting stars. In the center of the room, near the lounging chairs, you see a small armillary sphere. Its rings slowly rotating. And for those of you, just a reminder again, an armillary sphere is very similar to the Game of Thrones sphere, with planetary alignments and objects in the sky. planetary bodies and stuff, all that good stuff. At the end of the sphere, at the center of the sphere, you see a glowing crystal. You also see a teacup on the floor next to one of the armchairs. The saucer still on the table, on the side table, next to a rolled up bit of parchment tied up with twine. It seems like something is inside the rolled up parchment. A subtle red glow is coming from it. You see another bit of parchment on the floor by the same chair. It's open and face down. The moment is yours.
Okay, so I cast Detect Magic before we went in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And before we only had the artillery set and the gem that's besides the walls, obviously, and the gem that is in the parchment, correct? Or whatever was in the parchment. Those are the only things that
you got the center of the center of the artillery sphere, which was evocation. The red gem, which I can't remember what I told you for that one. Let me see.
You said enchantment, I think?
I think it was enchantment. Evocation.
Evocation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
evocation magic, and I think that was it.
On point.
That's
well,
it.
let's just so they were sure both evocation, right?
If anything else in the room that we come across that I've forgotten, I will give that to you regardless of time.
Gotcha. I just wanted to make sure that I remembered. But yeah, Luden's just gonna sit his butt down and start taking his own little short rest because he's bloodied after taking all that damage.
Just like on the ground?
Yep, straight on, like right.
Not on the chairs.
No.
There are plenty of chairs in this room.
He's gonna
choose
sit
the
on
floor.
On the floor, right, like at the entrance. After everybody's walked through the door, like at the entrance, so he can just look at the room. But he is definitely sitting his butt down.
Does this seem like the kind of place that we can get a short rest? Like, does it look safe?
I mean, I would say it looks safe, yeah. It looks safe. It's an unoccupied library as far as you all can tell.
I don't like that. It looks safe.
Well, that was his question. Does it look safe? Yeah, it looks safe.
What, is it safe?
I can keep out
Tell us.
an eye. There is nothing a short rest would do for me, so I could keep an eye out in case anything happens if you all want to rest.
Yeah.
Deanna, you sound a little low.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what to do about this.
As blood is just, dripping down Luden's nose, be like, yeah, I can use one real quick.
I think I still have some good berries that Luden gave me, right? Didn't he give me like 10?
I don't know if it was 24 hours ago. I only have, because I still have.
Not before we came in here.
Okay.
Yeah, because I still have most of my spell slots.
Well, don't you have good berries?
Yeah, but I don't want to use my spell slots too much because I have no idea what we are about to get into.
That's true.
And the last time that, I didn't use spell slots, the last time it took away spell slots, and instead of having spell slots to take away, I took some damage. Heavy damage.
I would heal you, but, spell slots. And he's gonna pass by with it.
little shade?
Whatever.
A little.
Whatever.
I would like to check out the artillery sphere.
I'm gonna join the short rest with Luden.
Ooh.
Okay. What are you looking for?
Just kind of examining it, seeing like how it works. The crystal in the center. You said it was evocation magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is.
See what I can discern, like through an investigation check or something.
This would be a Arcana check. Are you proficient in Arcana?
I knew you were gonna say that, and no, I'm not.
Oh! Yeah.
It's like, please don't say Arcana. Please don't say Arcana. Which, you know, I probably should be. I've got a +4 regularly.
I'm surprised you're not. I feel like that is like
Class.
your thing.
Listen, Raemirith didn't have any like formal education, okay? There weren't any like Arcana books down in the Undercity. He just learns. He's self-taught.
No shade, bro. It's all good.
What's Prayaria up to?
She's probably checking out the desk, investigating the room.
Esprit is gonna hover behind her for a little while, unless Prayaria finds something cool in the desk.
Okay. So there is a opened letter on the floor face down. There is that rolled up scroll with something inside of it. And then there's tons of books on the bookshelves. Where are we going?
Let's go letter first on the floor.
The one on the floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't seem to be containing something of mysterious origin.
All right. I will share that letter with you, Raina.
Okay. Do you have a letter?
It is now in your handout, so you may read it and share it with you if you'd like. Or share it with everyone.
Is it letter from Zimlet? Yep.
Yep.
Sweet. Okay. Do I? Okay, yeah, I'll read it.
You can read it out loud, or you can read it to yourself and share it with everyone else if you'd like.
Okay. She'll just read aloud as she keeps looking. Raemirith, you flatter me truly. The sketch you sent of your stained glass gallery is she's gonna like show it to Esper. It's like, what is this word?
Breathtaking, I think.
Oh, okay. Breathtaking. I dare say it is more beautiful than my cathedral.
Cathedral,
What is
yes, very
cathedral?
good. Yeah.
Okay.
You are like a very fancy church.
Okay. So very fancy then. You are a true artisan with a beautiful heart. I always delight in your creation. It's been too long. You must come see me in dawn's rise. My house is always open and you always have a place to stay. That's nice. Your box remains empty. The box is yours and that of your friends. No others. I keep it that way, my dearest friend. Are there boxes in cathedrals?
There are sometimes, boxes for offerings and the like, but this does not sound like that. Maybe like a viewing?
It's not me though.
Lauren, can I roll a history check? Lauren, are you okay?
Sorry, Daniel was saying,
You're muted, Lauren.
Oh! Sorry, Daniel came in to tell me to turn my mic down, or my gain down or something.
Oh, okay. I think that I know who this might be. Should I roll a history check to see if Esperise knows who wrote this letter?
Did she say the name out loud?
No.
Not yet. Not yet, no.
You didn't say the name. You didn't say who it was from. I thought you said.
No. I asked
name.
if it was that letter, but in game I have not said it.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. If she's not gonna say the name out loud, you can certainly roll for it.
If I, Deanna, know who it is, does that make a difference?
Uh-oh.
Well, it's a 10, so I guess I know, but Reese doesn't.
No, it's a pretty low DC. I mean, cathedral. There's only one major cathedral, and like the way that she's talking about it, I feel like it's fairly easy, especially with you, since you lived in Dawn's Rise, for you to put 2 and 2 together.
I do not know the name of this person, but I'm assuming it is on the letter.
You do know the name of this person. You do know the name of this person.
I, Deanna, do
Or
not
you-
know the name of this person.
Oh, it's okay. We can just keep going. I hope you are well. I hope you are taking care of yourself and surrounding yourself with friends. The curse of time, like those who like those who live so long, it can be painful. You are never alone, Raemirith. Your friends, their memories, they live within you. Missing you terribly and hoping to see you soon. Zemlin Brefir? Zemlin Brefir. Anyone know who this is?
Yeah, it's she's a celebrity actually in Dawn's Rise. She's a singer.
Oh.
Rather a lot like Raemirith actually with the with the wings and everything. The box I think must be one of the box seats. She has converted a cathedral into a theater for herself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sounds lovely.
I have never been, but it sounds very nice.
Kara's gonna hand her the letter so she can look at it. I'm just gonna keep looking at the desk.
Sounds like they knew each other quite well.
Raemirith seems to have had a lot of friends. Weren't there letters from friends in the other room?
Quite a few.
All of them.
Go ahead.
All of them seem really concerned about her well-being and her happiness.
I wonder if one sent this. And she's like kind of pokes at the other scroll.
Careful.
Aye.
That one looks ominous. I'm gonna go look at the books.
Luden, the bookshelves do have enchantment.
All of them?
Mm-hmm.
Don't. Hey,
all of the books. Yeah.
So what kind of titles do I see on the bookshelf?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. I would also like to examine and see if they all have equal amounts of dust on them, or if one has less dust on it. Okay, you said investigation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Finn.
16!
Okay.
Finn says 16 out loud in response.
Fantastic!
Bingo! Bingo! All right.
16!
Checks out.
All right. Looking at the bookshelves, they all seem to have an equal amount of dust on them. Looking through the bookshelves, there are a lot, and it would take days to figure out what sits among all of these shelves. Kind of glancing through them, you see a lot of fiction, like a lot of fiction. You see My Mother's Pearl, The Afridi's Wish, The Castle Beneath the Sea, The World Behind a Mirror, The Night Judgment Road to Town is another one.
Okay.
Hey, Finn.
What?
I know you don't want to lose spell slots, so I'd be a little careful touching those books.
They're just books. It's not like they're gonna steal my spell slots.
Y'all all heard me warn him, so whatever happens next is on him. And Luden's just gonna back himself basically to the entrance of the door and like look at the sides because the other thing closed on them, and he's just gonna be like checking to see the sides and see if like not really to like disrupt the short rest, but make sure that this door is not about to just close and lock them in, and then start pouring gas in or something like that. So.
I'm gonna take the chess set that I was getting out for Luna and I to play on our short rest. I'm gonna take it slowly, put it back up, put it in my bag again.
One small tear comes down.
Do each of the books have equal amounts of like dust? Like none of them have been recently picked out.
It does seem like each of them has like an equal amount of dust on them.
Okay.
Which probably lends itself to like the state of the entire tower as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
When Luden starts wigging out about being careful, Esperis is gonna take a station at, like, there's a staircase going up from this room, right? Like at the base of those, and be keeping watch. Like her job. That's all.
Just babysitting.
I wanna.
She is the most powerful.
So there's like all these windows that have like heroes painted on them, right?
The ceiling has the constellations on them.
So as I'm laying down, like, chilling like this, looking up, taking my short rest, I want to look up at the ceiling. Do I recognize any of these heroes outside of Cassius, or do they look like they have any special significance? And like, I guess I'm looking at this painting, see what I see.
You make a hit. Oh God, what would that be? Survival.
Religion?
I'll give you survival if you're proficient, or history probably.
I'm proficient in history, if that helps.
History maybe.
That is a 6, so a 12.
Okay, you definitely you definitely see, like, you see Cassius up there. You see a couple other heroes that are well known. Typically, the more well known type. What's interesting is that there are 3 constellations up there that you don't recognize at all.
Okay. This is a stretch. Looking up at this thing after reading like the letters that we got that were on the previous level, where there was a lot of paint being ordered and stuff. Like, I'm assuming that does it look like this was all like these are the same types of colors, like that this was done by whoever ordered the paint here? Does that make sense, or was it done before, like when the tower was erected? Like, does it look like?
I mean,
ceiling,
I feel like
was it just like a regular ceiling that had this painted on it, or it was designed this way?
It was probably a regular ceiling, I guess, and then this was painted on it.
Okay. So there's like little, like, how there's like the tile roof in your school has like little squares cut into it, like stuck to the ceiling, and so there's like little grooves or whatever. So it's not like a perfectly flat surface.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Cool.
Finn, are you collecting books?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the World Beyond Judgment. What is it called? The World in the Mirror? I don't know
The World Behind a Mirror.
The World Behind a Mirror. That one sounds like Raemirith, so I'm going to take that one.
All right. As you go out and grab it, make a dex save.
Here we go.
Okay.
How could you do this to Finn?
I know.
Lauren.
No, Finn knew what he was doing. Finn knew exactly what he was doing.
Okay, 17.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, as you reach out to grab it and your finger just kind of like lightly touches the spine of the book flies out as if to hit you right in the face, and then you're just like, whoa! It goes flying out, hits the other bookshelf behind you, and just kind of plops down on the ground.
Yes,
Whoa!
books!
These books fly!
Oh my god.
That's amazing.
Can I run over to the book on the floor and try and like nudge it with my foot?
Sure.
Okay, I nudge it with my foot.
Nothing happens.
Yay! I pick it up.
You now have the book.
See, Ludin, nothing happened.
Regrettably.
I'm gonna start flipping through it. Do I see anything? Okay, I'll just start reading it. I don't think there's probably anything.
Finn sits down and starts to read it.
Irma's over here examining the little sphere in the crystal, wondering why he didn't get an investigation check, and he is going to.
You can make a history check if you like, if you're proficient.
He is not. We have 2 members that are proficient in history.
So yeah, instead of doing that, he is going to pull out Scrappy, his little homunculus, and kind of sit him down on one of the rings, balance him on there, and he's going to direct Scrappy to reach out and touch the crystal. So he's going to use one of his little arms to hold on to the ring, reach out and boop, put his hand on the crystal, and I'm going to cast Identify through Scrappy to figure out what this thing is.
I think the greatest bonding that Esperis and Ludin have is that they are the only members of the party when they don't know what something is who won't touch it. Who won't go, let's touch it.
We have to study things before we just...
I did
There's
study
a
the
sense
books.
of
I read
exploration.
them.
Okay.
And he didn't touch it. Scrappy touched it. Okay.
Exactly.
That's
yeah.
Goodbye,
I was
Scrappy.
very careful.
Scrappy
I
will be
remember
fine.
last time I touched something, I got cursed with a plate. So
Yeah, that we all love so
And now
much.
you're all better for the.
I am.
See with your
As
eyes.
Scrappy reaches out and touches it, you hear the voice kind of ring out. You refuse to listen. You do this to yourselves.
No.
Everyone except, I would say, Ludin and Samson, who are by the door.
That's
Here
what
we
it's
go.
about,
I'm over on
y'all.
the
No,
stairs.
I mean-
I'm on the stairs.
That's what it's about.
Everyone else who is... What? Esperis, I thought you were watching Praeria.
I left after Ludin started wigging out. I went and sat
She
over
said
by
she went to the
stairs
base
to
Okay.
of the
watch.
stairs. to go up.
Okay, everyone except Praeria, Finn, and Raemirith, and Umber, who are all in the room, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
So you said everybody
Wait,
except
do you mean
or
that?
them?
Do you mean that reversed? Are we cool or are they cool and we're gonna die?
Everyone
No,
in
you're
the room.
fine. You guys, the people on the
Okay.
stairs, and like kind of in the doorway are fine.
We make a what?
Well,
A
I'm
con save?
laying.
A con save.
I'm laying
Okay.
in the middle of the floor, like on the rug.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead and make a con save for me then, Daniel.
I will.
Shite.
I'm gonna use a flash of genius here.
That's a feature, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I make eye contact with Ludin across the room.
So that makes him out of 15.
he's like, I don't.
It makes you a 15. I think you're the only person who saves.
Thank
Oh,
God.
no.
I
Doing
made a
anymore.
14.
Oh, you made a. Okay, I forget that you don't have. I forget you don't have.
Prey and I
You
were
don't
doing
add your
nothing
bonuses
wrong.
on there.
Like we were collateral damage.
So Samson and Raemirith save. You as Scrappy reaches over to the armillary and puts his hand inside of, or puts his claw on it, you see frost just immediately begins to form across the metal, across Scrappy, or you said Scrappy, right? Or is it Umber?
It's Scrappy.
It's Scrappy. Scrappy's arm up, like the joints just start as they were moving. They're starting to like freeze up, and he can't move. It moves down onto the floor rapidly up your legs and body. Samson, you're just laying there, just like it just moves up your body and all over your face. Finn, you're looking at your book, and it just comes up your feet and you're all the way up to your chest. And then Praeria, the same thing. You're kind of like looking at the letter still, and like the same thing happens to you. The letter just frosts over, and like one subtle move, and like the letter is just gonna shatter into pieces. Your muscles tensing against the cold. You see your breath in front of you, your teeth chattering, and your lungs begin to strain, trying to breathe. everyone who failed is going to take.
Are you okay, Christian?
Wait, what's happening?
Made a friend.
His mic fell.
Oh, his mic fell? I was worried. I was like, what's happening? What's wrong? Everyone is
died.
going to take. Let me see here. Hold on.
For our audience, that's proof that, you know,
That
me and
is-
Danny are friends.
16 gold damage, and those of you who save take half.
So 68.
How much?
Okay.
Oh my
16
gosh.
cold damage. Those of you who save take half of 16.
No, I hate the cold. It's the worst.
What happened? Why cold?
That's my bad.
Hmm.
And I will grab Scrappy and like pry him off of the ice and just stick him.
You
back.
go to move and you have to like break the ice from your own feet.
Identify still would have gone off though, right?
Yes, that is true. That is true.
You learn that it's a fuck off orb.
You learn that it is I think it's a bright crystal. I believe I have it as.
Do we want to wait until we, explore the rest of the tower before we touch anything else?
It's a gem of coldness.
A gem of coldness. Okay.
That makes sense.
Do I know that like is it gonna go off every time we touch it, or is it like a one and done kind of thing?
I mean, it's still glowing.
Alright.
You would, I guess that would tell you too. It does have charges.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how many charges have been used.
Mm-hmm. Is it only activated by touch?
As far as you know.
All right. Yeah. So I just give Scrappy a little pat on the head. I'll be like, "You did good." You know, stick him back in my bag. Give him some time to defrost.
He's very, very cold. He's just kind of like a tin can. Like Wally. Samson, you're on the floor. You're.
I'll come chip my buddy out with a short sword.
Thanks.
I'm
gonna pretend like I'm dead, frozen. Like
Is everybody alright?
I'll use disguise self to like make myself look blue and pale.
No, I'm really cold. I'm totally
You
not.
killed Samson!
Is Samson dead?
I hold my breath.
Looted will make a medicine check.
Samson, wake up!
He'll make a medicine
God.
check real quick.
Careful, he gets kissy when you bring him back to life.
Let's see. Well, I made an 11. Does he look alive?
He's dead.
I mean,
How long is he keeping it up?
I can hold my breath for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Raemirith runs over to Samson. And he looks down at him. Then he looks over. He looks at Loon, and he goes, I didn't mean to.
Wait, are we stuck on the floor? Like those of us who got iced over?
you can move. You just have to kind of like break it, and then you can move. Like you're just kind of temporarily stuck for just a minute, and then you move.
Okay, I'll run over with Raemirith as well. Like, I guess try and shake him, or try and brush the ice off, right?
I'll do my very best to wing it then.
Without alerting anyone.
Without letting Ludin and Raemirith know.
Okay,
Alright,
yeah.
so
go ahead and roll that sleight of
Passive
hand real quick.
perception of a
Sleight of
14
hand.
real quick.
And
So
19.
yeah,
Alright,
let's see.
cool. Let's do it.
Let's
Do
see.
it.
Can I roll an insight check on just all of this? Not even the wink, just like
Okay.
say bullshittery as it
Alright.
were.
Is it stealth or sleight of hand? I'm proficient in stealth.
That would be sleight of hand,
Sleight
my
of
man.
hand.
She did say sleight of hand. That's a 10.
Regardless.
I'm going to help. I'm going
That's
to
a
help
10?
by covering his.
Yeah, they all notice you.
you.
They all notice you.
Yeah.
I will stop. I will stop put the short sword back in its scabbard and walk back over to the entrance and sit back down and continue my short rest.
To continue the performance, he's gonna like try and listen in on Samson's chest and be like, I think he's gone.
Yeah, no, I see.
Why don't you bring him back and use some of those spell slots? Huh?
You see him wink. Everyone's passive perception and passive investigation is high enough.
I go, hang on, Finn. I think I can bring it back, and I just gut check him real quick.
Do it. You did it!
Oh, Raemirith, you're so good at this.
Raemirith, you're on your path to being a cleric. Good at that. Revivify.
Yeah.
Are there like sticks or something in the room?
Sticks?
Yes.
No.
Or like dried flowers or anything like with stems.
Make a... Ooh, what would this be? Make an investigation check for me, Praeria.
Oops. 19.
You don't see any flowers, but you smell some. They're nearby. You kind of look over at sense of smell that you have. And since this is very close to kind of like things in your background and plant matter and all that, you sense the smell of flowers coming from that rolled up piece of parchment.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
And
Whoa.
Libya's okay. There are no sticks. Well. Oh wait, I have a whole ass staff. Okay. Can I snap a twig off of my staff?
Can you snap a twig off your staff?
Yes.
I think that seems like something you could definitely do. Yeah.
Awesome.
Your staff, you can command it to like grow things off of it. So.
All right, so I grow some twigs and I snap them off, and Prey's gonna go and sit by Luden and like take a thread out of her cloak and just start making something in her hands.
yeah, Luda's just gonna be like, I mean, we're not gonna touch anything, are we? I don't think no.
She just keeps making the little thing in her hands.
All right. You guys do anything else? Does anybody inspect the scroll?
Has my short rest ended yet?
Wait, I thought didn't Praeria inspect the scroll earlier?
There's a second scroll.
There's a second.
Yes.
There's a piece of parchment that was flying face down that Praeria grabbed and looked up, but there's also another piece of parchment with something like glowing inside of it. It's rolled up on the side table.
I've learned my lesson. I'm not touching anything else.
But it looks
All
like
right.
it might be important.
Go for it,
was
Finn.
gonna ice skate over to Finn and give him her shawl. Because you said you were cold. She's gonna ice skate back over to the stairs.
Or not.
Like, all right, who's gonna do it?
Okay.
Is it gonna be you?
Wait. Okay, Prayer finishes what's in her hand, and it's like a little stick doll. Everyone come, out of the room.
All right.
I do as my queen commands.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Flockabama.
Yeah. I also appreciate your comments because Luden needs some help right now. Squad.
All right, so once everyone's out, Prayer is gonna like hold the little stick figure and like she's trying to light a match with her mind. She's just gonna like stare at it. It's like, and she's going to cast Unseen Servant.
Oh my god, okay. I love this. I love what's happening.
Smoke comes out of the figure, like she's finally managed to like catch fire with it, like managed to like inflame it, and like the smoke comes out and forms just like a weak looking figure. And she's gonna command it to go and touch the scroll.
Okay, this is super cool. You all see this happening as like her little, almost like voodoo doll, twig doll, just kind of like starts smoking. The smoke fills the space, and it kind of like moves within in front, and then it kind of like you see like this kind of body is there, but you can't see it. But when the smoke hits it, you can see the shape, the silhouette of it, and it starts to move forward. You just tell it to touch it, right?
Yes.
It goes over and it touches it. Nothing happens.
Okay.
Has she always been able to do that?
Oh no, I don't know anymore. Everybody just does stuff out of the blue.
Yeah,
What if we were able to do this? Like, we need another training session. We have another training session.
She's not paying attention to this.
This is ridiculous.
She's like trying to get it to unroll the scroll.
Okay. It picks it up, I guess, and it kind of like pulls the twine that kind of holds it together. Nothing happens. Do you want to unroll it?
Do it.
Yeah.
Okay. It unrolls it. As it does, some bits of like plants. It looks like the plant matter, dried plant matter, just kind of like hits the floor, and it makes that kind of sound like when flowers or like any kind of plant matter is dried out. It has that kind of crispy crunch to it, and it just, a few of them fall out and hit the floor, and then you see, you're fairly close. I guess from this distance away from it, Ludin, Finn, Praeria, you two, it looks like a red quill, or some sort of quill. And in the center of the quill, there's just a little glowing red gem. Nothing happens.
That must be the quill that she writes all her letters with.
Do you see anything? She asked Ludin if he senses anything.
I know it seems magical, but look, guys, there's probably gonna be so many magical things in this place, and I'm sure we want to keep investigating and exploring, but from my understanding, there is a 7 in here or whatever. I would rather deal with that before we start looking through the obviously trapped tower that we're in.
But maybe the quill will help us with the 7.
It was wrapped in parchment, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like there's writing on it.
Yeah, I go read it.
You just walk over next to the smoking servant.
Yeah, I take it from the smoking servant. I go read it.
Okay.
I leave the quill where it is, but I go read the parchment.
Kind of want to follow Samson up and kind of just kneel next to the quill and not touch it, but can I do an Arcana check just looking at it?
All right, I've shared it with you, Daniel, so that you may read it if you wish.
I begin reading out loud the second I open it.
Okay.
Ray, I cannot find you. With this truth, I know you wish for the world to never find you. That in itself was hard for me to admit. I miss you. I miss your voice. Time means nothing to someone like me. And yet having to wait for your letters is the longest season I've ever felt. I worry for you. There's little I do not know. And the curiosity, my speculation toward what you have not shared is maddening. It plagues me. I hope you are not alone. I hope there will come a day when you will tell me where you are so that I may share your burden. I will wait. That I can do. All I ask is that we speak more often. Take this special quill. It will allow us to write to one another directly. When bright and shining, a message waits for you. When flashing, a message has been written. When dim, no messages are stored. Eager to read your words once more. Waiting for you. R.
And you said that you said it was bright?
There's a
means the message was waiting for it.
No, that means she never opened it.
She never opened it, yeah.
She never read it.
There's a teacup that's on the floor. Just a reminder, there's a teacup on the floor.
Is it magical?
No, it's just, it's on the floor.
Is it magical?
Is it magical?
The
I gotta shoot that teacup.
For those of you proficient in nature, you may make a nature check on the flowers that were included in the bundled letter.
It's a gift from her lover.
Lauren.
Yes.
I have advantage of the flower meanings because that's my job.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on that.
Can I roll since I'm a druid?
For this particular role, I'll let you. In other circumstances, I wouldn't, and I'm not gonna say why, but I'll let you for this.
Never
one.
again.
I know
Never
plants.
ever.
I know plants. That's a 5 total.
Not with
total?
a natural 1.
That's a 4 total.
You totally
No.
know plants, dude.
Not with a natural 1.
I got a 16 total.
Alright, so we got 16 for Esperise, 14 for Finn, and 12.
Yeah.
So Esperise, I'll give you all of them, and the rest of you, I will leave one out, but she'll probably end up telling you. You see a zinnia, it's all dried. You do see a zinnia, and you know, all of you know that means thinking of you. You see balsamine, and all of you know that symbolizes impatience. You see gardenia. Esperise, this is the only one that the rest of you are kind of like, I'm not sure what that one means, but Esperise, you know that means secret, unrevealed love and luck. You also know that this gardenia, this type of gardenia, if you take it, you may use luck once before the flower crumbles.
Ooh.
The flower crumbled, or is it still flower shaped?
It's still flower shaped, but like what I'm saying is like you can use luck once, and once you do, the flower will crumble. If you take it.
For once, Luden's saying such something.
Dang it. This is Christian. Luden's still at the door.
The red quill is just absolutely beautiful, by the way. It's plumed in a red feather, and in between the tip and the plume, you do see that red gem, and it is glowing brightly. The penmanship of the letter itself looks magnificent. In addition, wrapped up in the bundle, you also see... oh, wait, I already said that. You already saw the flower stems. Daniel, I'm going to send you something privately as you look at the letter. Actually, make an intelligence check for me first.
It's in Fey handwriting. That's the way that they did the R. That's the way that Faye's right there.
That's my third. That's my third roll in a row. Like fourth roll tonight, less than 10.
That's good that you're getting them out of the way early.
Get them out now. That's an 8 total.
Flash
Okay.
Flash of brains.
Yeah, I do think that maybe this was her lover, perhaps, Ben.
They must have been deeply in love. I bet you it was that person in the tapestry in the other room.
Gotta be. Next checks out. I pick up the quill, hand it to
Well,
Ben.
apparently she didn't read it.
I'll take it.
The gardenia is supposed to mean it's unrevealed love, but it seems pretty spoken to me in the letter.
You mean they never got to reveal it?
I mean, it seems like she didn't read it, so.
Oh.
That is very sad, but I mean, you don't send 4 flowers and a fancy quill, and like they know what's up.
Well, we should bring it to her.
We should.
Yes.
can I investigate the teacup?
Sure.
Or is it just on the floor? Is that all we need to know?
With your passive investigation, there's no need to roll. You walk over to it, you look at the teacup, you see dried, almost like sticky tea, kind of like when you have coffee and it dries in your mug. It's kind of like sticky a little bit, but it's just dried up. It's like sideways, as if the teacup, the tea dried as it was laying sideways on the floor.
Well, maybe she left in hurry, or something worse happened.
I don't know. It seems like she's hiding away in here. It says that R can't find her, so do you think she was riding back?
If we do come across her here and she is in a state where she would want to receive the message, we can deliver the quill to her. And why don't you also hold on to this? I'm gonna pick up the gardenia and give it to you. It's supposed to be lucky. It can help turn things in your favor. If we find her, we give it to her, but
Yeah, maybe it will help her if we give her the letter and the gardenia and the quill.
Checks out.
Right? I read a novel once where at the end true love saved everything, so maybe this is kind of like something like that.
I think it's always like that. So, yeah. Checks out. Makes sense to me.
Okay, I'll put it in my bag.
Feel like though, we won't be able to get the quill and things to her if we do not get there. So if there is a moment when that might help you to get there, then I think you should use it.
You mean use the gardenia for us?
If it will help you deliver the rest of the things.
That's a lot of responsibility. Okay.
You are ready.
Lauren, has my short rest ended yet?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
Say at this point, yeah.
All right.
On point.
Same.
All right. Awesome. All right, guys. Let's keep going. Shall we?
Back-to-back 8s. Let's go.
Hey.
I guess for the gardenia, I'll put it in my pocket instead of my bag. So that way it's more accessible.
Behind your ear. Y'all cute.
And then it falls out somewhere on the stairs.
All right. So, Luden's gonna pull out them short swords again. He's gonna flip them around one time. And he's gonna go to the bottom of the 3rd floor stairs. And he's gonna wait on his party, because he's ready to keep going.
What is the marching order?
Luden goes first, and I fall behind.
Do it.
Prayari's gonna send the servant first, because it's still here.
Luden, Samson.
Oh, no. Unseen servant. Luden, then Samson.
Okay.
And then Prayaria, I suppose.
Then
I'll go after Prayaria.
Then Prayaria. Then Raemirith.
I'll walk with Finn in the back, I guess.
Put
both the healers in the back of the party.
Nope. He will turn around and be like, nope, somebody's switching spots. Not happening. Healers in the back of the party, not a good idea.
They're literally 10 feet away. You know what? It's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to the back, and Luden will go to the back of the line.
I hang back for just a sec. I just want to look at that teacup one more time, the upturned one, and look inside of it. Is there anything strange any kind of...
Are you proficient in Arcana?
Do I sense that it's... Well, if I'm not, do I sense that it's something...
We already know that it's not magical. Okay. However, I would allow someone to read the tea leaves if they so chose.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going for. Okay. So he's gonna look at it just like, hey, Asperese, can you just take a look at this for a minute? It looks weird. Like, I don't know.
Sure. Yes, of course.
The inside. Look inside.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. An Arcana check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm okay at these. Okay, I got an 11. I am proficient, but I'm not that smart.
We'll say that you're able to guess, you're able to kind of comprehend maybe like some of it, maybe.
Samson, do you want to,
What do you see? What do you see?
I see that it's definitely readable.
Trying to tell me something.
I've got some prepositions, but I am. So do you want to just do you do tea leaf reading? I am not so much the premonition sort of.
They do look like leaves.
Oh yeah, those are definitely leaves. But where I'm from, we don't really read tea leaves like that.
Well, try and look at it anyway. See if you see some kind of picture in there.
Or you can, if you could just, you could just let me know if I am doing something incorrectly. You know, just help, give me the help action or something like this.
Looks like a face upside down.
Luden is just looking at Aramir and like he does his eyes like, can you believe this? Like we have stuff to do.
I look at the tea leaves. What do they look like?
Wait, you're proficient in Arcana, right?
Yeah.
They're not just saying, hey!
Yes, these are definitely leaves.
Yeah, I'm proficient in Arcana. I'll roll it. It's going well for me tonight.
Let's
so.
get another 8.
Yeah, 15.
Okay.
Another 9.
You're kind of looking at the tea leaves, and you kind of look in them, and you see a moon, and you see kind of like what looks like the moon is crying. What you gather from it, you gather upheaval, abruptness. I don't know much about like reading tea leaves, so I'm improving how this kind of works. You see, I said upheaval, abruptness, and then you see kind of like the moon is being kind of like cut in half.
Oh, great.
I look at it and I say, it kind of looks like the night sky, you know?
Like the night sky.
Yeah, looks like the night sky, but the sky is sad. You know?
Yes, that's what I got. The
Like
moon
stars?
is sort of crying, and that's all I really got out of it.
Yeah, like the stars are crying. You know how sometimes they blink?
You also gather like this kind of like sense of time, almost like the moon is like a representation of like an hourglass as it cries.
So crying stars. Do you think maybe something is wrong with Cassius? Maybe? Is he sad?
I think that they probably dropped the teacup.
Thank you. That makes so much sense.
Where I'm from, we don't really know about this stuff.
Clearly. But it was good. It was a good reading, Samson.
Thanks.
I just cast a nervous look at Raemirith.
So crying stars. Okay, well I guess that's good to know.
Crying stars, crying moon.
Crying
yes.
moon?
Yeah, well, the moon was crying.
Finn looks over at Raemirith. Oh.
Whoa.
Maybe we should move on now.
So sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, if I hear any of that about the moon crying and stuff, I'm just
like, everyone, Raemirith cries every night. We know this.
We're like whispering, but not whispering.
Oh, it must be true.
We hear his sobs every night.
Is Cassius
okay, buddy?
I don't know.
Cassius
okay?
seems like very in touch with his emotions. I
just
think.
get this over with.
Cassius is definitely
I'm
comfortable
trying.
crying.
I'm really trying.
To become comfortable crying, or wait, what are you trying to do, Luden?
I was just talking to Ermir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I lead the party up to the
ready
third.
to go.
All right, we have the Unseen Servant, Samson, Prearia, Ermir, Finn, Esperis, and Luden.
Yes.
You begin making your way up the steps and approach the last and final door. This one does have a handle.
Open it.
Unseen servant opens it.
Unseen servant opens it? Okay.
5 feet ahead of us, the unseen servant.
As you...
Unseen servant's always done everything. It's like defeated the boss.
As you reach out, you hear the voice again. Please. I don't have the strength to fight you both. Leave my home. I have given you fair warning.
Both?
She's fighting she's fighting it. The 7.
Yeah, it's probably in her.
Raemirith, we want to help you fight it. Does this change anything for you?
Make a persuasion check.
Come on, baby.
I mean, if anyone's gonna make one, it's Grace.
It needs to be.
27.
Jeez.
I got a 29 on my last persuasion check against her. I hope she likes me by now.
You didn't meet the DC. It was a 32.
I don't know how you could. I don't know.
We have already beaten one.
What's the harm in trying?
We're really strong.
I don't know. I don't know.
Did the door open?
With Esperis's successful persuasion checks, I will say that Ray disarms the door.
Wait, did I actually use persuasion to skip a puzzle? Have my dreams come true?
God.
You, the door is disarmed. It's not a puzzle. It was never a puzzle. It was a trap.
Oh God.
It's gonna be a fireball.
I will say that it disarms the door. And the door just kind of, you just open it. You just push it open, right? Or the unseen servant does. Okay.
Yes.
Raemirith looks incredibly uncomfortable. He's just thinking.
Go ahead.
Oh no, that's all. Go on.
As the door creaks, as the door kind of like, you hear once more. Please, don't. You won't understand. Finally, the voice sounds very sad, and there's a genuine, sincere form of pleading behind it. You open the door to the 3rd floor. What you find stops you all in your tracks. You see a large bed with an intricate bedpost, each of the 4 posts carved in a spiral toward the heavens, a veiled canopy dipping down toward the center like the hidden blush of a bride. Another set of bookshelves lining the walls, lanterns forged in intricate filigreed patterns hang from the ceiling. On the far wall, you see this breathtaking, glowing set of stained glass windows. They are all tall and narrow, like that of a cathedral church. Let me switch all over to that real quick before I continue. There we go. Switch us over for just a second before I continue. There we go. So they're tall like that of a cathedral. The glass casts rays of color across the room. Beautiful. but paired with another unsettling visage in the center of the room. One of the windows depicts a set of arrows, another a marigold flower, and the last window a sword. You see a variety of dried flowers and herbs hanging from the walls and around the windows. Near that, a large wash basin made of polished stone sits empty and covered in dust, all sitting atop another elaborate rug that fills nearly the entire space. Those, however, are not the most striking things in this room. Sitting on a plush armchair near a fireplace, long gone cold, you see a woman. Her eyes are closed, her breathing is slowed, but persevering. Her hair is long and flowing and black as obsidian. It contrasts against her pale, milky skin like black ink on parchment. She wears a long flowing black lace dress that flares out at her knees. Her sleeves are long, but the lace is thin so that her skin is easily visible. Her head rests back against the chair as if she had fallen asleep, ears long and pointed upward, dark circles under her eyes moving rapidly behind her lids. The neckline of her dress dips down in a U. Raemirith and Samson, you see this woman, and you can see similarities of the woman depicted in the murals down on the first floor. Though her clothes are quite different, as in the mural, they were very confining. The mural depicted a woman clothed in dark clothes up to her chin, down to her wrists. She was hidden, yet now you see what she meant to hide. Dark black veins radiating from her chest up her arms to her fingertips. You see the veins moving up around her cheeks and forehead close to her eyes. These veins, like roots, seep out of her skin into the floor. They wind like snakes out and up to the stained glass images and seem to pass right through them. The stained glass contorted in places like an infection. You see out on the far wall where the stained glass had shattered along the side of the tower, the roots pouring out and down into the waters below. As you all enter, there's movement, a flit of dust that has been dormant for who knows how long. It flits up into the air, and you see a small, snow-white creature move from within the woman's lap. And those of you who are proficient with nature notice this creature is a mink, very similar to a ferret. Its long, furry body stirring up from its steadfast and loyal guard. It looks up at all of you with orange, glowing eyes and bares its teeth, arching its back and spreading its legs outward as if to protect the woman with its own body.
I'm not great with animals, but I'm just gonna immediately take a non-offensive stance. Just...
Are you Raemirith?
It's
There's no answer.
It's gotta be her.
Rayaria attempts to calm the mink. She can speak to it, but she can't understand it.
What do you like? Are you walking up to it, or are you just like from a distance? Like, what are you doing? What does this look like exactly, so I understand?
She crouches down on the floor and like shows both of her hands, her empty hands, to the mink, and lets it know that they're not here to harm Raemirith.
Okay, make a animal handling check for me.
Okay.
While this is happening, I'm gonna go over to where the stained glass is blown out and there's like tentacles reaching out of the tower. I'm gonna go over to where that area is, looking away from and out of the.
Okay.
I rolled a 5.
It just like, I think minks hiss. Do they hiss, Danny? The ferrets
I
hiss.
think it's more gonna be like a growl.
Like a growl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just kind of like arches its back and the hairs just stand up and it bares its teeth and it growls at you.
She's gonna stay where she is and continue her placating stance.
All right, the rest of you guys in here?
Can I roll an Arcana check? I have a theory of what Raemirith is doing, and I want to see if I'm close to the money.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for so I know what you're rolling for?
I mean, I'll share with the group what I'm thinking, and then I just want to roll to see if that seems like something that's actually possible. Is it maybe she's trying to contain it within herself, and maybe she's trying to contain it within dreams, like outside of this plane, within sleep itself, or within dreams.
Yeah, make an Arcana check.
I know there are spells that let you walk in other people's dreams, but I don't know if it's actually another plane or not. I don't think it is. 16.
Okay. This sounds like it could definitely be something like that. It could be a demi-plane. It could be part of her mind. It could be all of those things combined.
Okay, I share that.
You think that it's actually inside of her?
I do not know, but
Ludin's gonna cast Speak with Animals. He's gonna look at the mink. He'll put away his swords and his longbow. And he's just gonna say, hello. I don't really know what you are, but obviously you care for this person. We didn't come here with the intention of harming someone. We did come here with the intention of trying to save the world. And Ludin's gonna stay back the entire time as he's saying this. He's not gonna move. He'll actually sit down on the ground.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh yeah, he'll sit down on the ground and he'll just be like, is there anything that you know that we can help your master with? She seems like she's in a lot of pain.
Can you speak with familiars?
I believe they're technically Fae.
I think they speak common.
They can understand whatever languages their master speaks. I
Mm-hmm.
know. I don't know how they talk.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
It is technically Fae.
That was a hard one for me. I'm like, is it? It's not really a beast.
Just a dude. He's just chilling.
Give me that flash of brilliance.
It communicates. It communicates telepathically. So,
Yeah, right. Well, do you need it? I don't think so, because it might just understand you, right?
Who knows? I mean, it's a persuasion check, so.
You say this, and it just kind of curls back. It kind of backs off on its defensive stance. It never looks away from you, and it just kind of curls up, and with its head just kind of poking out, watching you. With you can hear just a very low growl, but it's kind of it's back down a little bit. It's just kind of curled up in her lap.
Ludin will just he'll stay sitting. And he'll sit and he'll just in mink. So I guess Samson's probably gonna be the only one to understand him. But he'll sit down and he'll say, the thing inside of your master, I can't imagine what it's been like to sit and listen and be here next to her for all this time. We read some of her letters downstairs, and it seems like she's been here for quite a while. What I can say is that, from my understanding, there are 7. And one of them took my family from me. I don't know what it was like for you to have to sit here, like I said, but I can understand the pain of having to lose someone. In all honesty, it seems like most of this group can. And he'll just gesture kind of over to Raemirith and be like, he's, from my understanding, lost everyone. I don't know much about that one, and he'll point to Finn. Or that one, and he'll point to Esperise. He could say, he'll point to Samson and be like, that one's kind of annoying, but he seems like he also is going through some stuff too. That one seems to be hiding from something. But in all honesty, what I can tell you is we want to help. We don't want to witness what happened where we came from to happen anywhere else. Your master is obviously very powerful to hold in such a thing. And to be honest with you, I never saw the first one that they defeated, but I made myself a promise to do what I can to make sure that the rest are destroyed. I wasn't expecting to come in here and see it was inside of someone. But I can assure you all I want to do right now is help. Is there anything that you can do, or that we can do, to help Raemirith?
The mink kind of like tilts it, like it just listens to you and watches you, like every now and then lifting its head up, tilting its head, almost like a dog, you know, like when you're speaking to a dog and they're trying to understand what you're saying, and that has that kind of like curiosity, like and when you finish, it says,
fix window, or I'm sorry, fix glass.
You know how? Do we need to cut the vines? Do we need to... I think we're smart enough. We can probably figure it out.
Touch glass.
Like, no one obviously Samson heard it. But like in Ludin's mind, like error and like alarms, everything is just going off.
Well, did the mink respond in minkish or telepathically?
Minkish.
Yeah.
telepathically.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So just alarms and stuff are going off in Ludin's head, and he'll sigh out really quickly, and he'll actually take his short swords out, lay them on the ground, take out his longbow, lay it on the ground, and unhook the his quiver. He'll get up and he'll just look at his party and he'll be like, I'm gonna go. He's actually just gonna walk over to the glass real quick and be like,
Ludan,
I think we're supposed to touch it.
I think that's lovely. I think if you do something and then there is a result, the result could be maybe the second bursting into the room while all of your weapons are over here on the ground.
Yeah, but I'm sure y'all got me.
Why did you take them off?
He's gonna gesture over to the mink. You mean no harm right now, right?
Not sure that's entirely true.
Right.
I mean no harm right now.
Can it communicate back with you still?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Into the brain. Go for it.
Take weapons.
I'm
Dumbass.
just like,
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
like, I'm looking.
I'm just
I'm like,
kidding. I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
like I'm like
Oh,
looking
whatever.
over the edge of this thing as like the tentacles are. I'm guessing like diving down
Yes.
over down the
He'll go pick
ocean.
up
Yeah.
stuff.
So in the
It's
same
like-
sense, when you guys were like kind of looking down and you saw like the vines into the water,
Mhm.
it's coming from this opening.
Yeah,
Okay.
I look back over there. I see that. And I'm like, Loon, just bring your goddamn weapons. You were distrustful of the door. You're gonna believe the mink. Okay.
No, Luden,
I
I
bring
think
your
a very
weapons.
He
beautiful
will go freaking
moment.
pick up his stuff and then put all his
When
stuff
you
up,
said,
and then he'll just
we
walk
do have
over
your
to
back,
the
Luden.
window
we do.
and just be like, "Wow, guys, just wow." Are you gonna
I
come
just-
touch it with me? Because apparently that's what we're doing, right? Come touch the window. Come
This
touch
is
the
like
window.
this is us having your best interest at heart.
Someone's really defensive.
I
Oh,
love
no, Ryan.
I love what the sentiment was that you were trying to say. Doing it like, and that's part of the
No,
reason
no,
where
we're
I'm like,
good.
I'm not gonna let you walk through this window completely unarmed because it will screw you over.
Did you say through the window?
I'm sorry, not the window, the glass or whatever.
In order for us
just
to
wanted
move to
to
the next
touch
part,
it.
someone has to jump out of the window. Who is it going to be?
Wait, out of the window?
I backflipped
No,
out.
no. No, that wasn't in character. I used the accent, but it wasn't in character.
Wait, but they all have different pictures.
I'm gonna go out through the arrows.
No,
We're gonna go
hold on.
Here.
Shouldn't
I.
shouldn't we all go together? Shouldn't
For sure.
Are all of the windows broken, or is there only one broken window?
They're not broken. They're just kind of corrupted, and you see the kind of like root-like veins going through them.
Like there's like these 3 windows over here, right? And then there's another window where others like it's like a broken
okay.
piece. It's a broken window where they're going out.
Yeah,
Like
that's
towards the boat.
that's like open air almost.
Yeah.
but this is going through the glass.
It's going through the glass.
Okay, well, I'm
least
gonna go
3
stand by the arrow one, knock an arrow, and be like, "Who's coming with?"
Well, I don't know. I like the flower one. I think it's nice and peaceful looking.
Really thinking about splitting up right now.
I
No,
don't think it's really
windows are all
splitting
right
up.
next-
It's like right next. Yeah,
What's
we're
just
going out windows, right?
Then we should all
How
go out
about-
the same one.
All right.
it looks if I was gonna guess, it looks to me like we're gonna have to go into all of them. So let's just start with the arrows.
Well, I could use detect magic again, ritually, because I don't know what we're about to have to go up against. But if they have the same type of magic or something like that, we might be able to see.
you might want to keep what magic you have, right? Like
Yeah,
we might
but
need it in there.
I think we all know it's magical.
It doesn't
Why
matter.
don't we all, Urmir, why don't we all together touch the arrow window? And if it's overkill, it's overkill. But if it was necessary for us to go together, that's good.
All right, hands in.
And maybe we could all hold hands too.
Let's all hold
Yes,
hands.
that's very
I'm not
nice.
touching. I already have my hand
I
on the
hold
bows.
Luden's hand.
I help Esmeralda if she
It's
needs
already
help
on the
holding his
bow.
hand.
Let go.
I'm gonna like a Victorian woman going to the opera. I'm just gonna fold my arm through Luden's while he's holding all of his.
This is no time to hold hands.
Well,
We have
just
to
in
fight.
case if it works, that just okay.
Yeah, what if we get separated? We need to be able to hold hands so that way, we're all connected.
Luden hates this.
There is much magic in the world that works on the basis of hand holding. So let's all move together, yes?
Holding hands is very magical in and of itself. Yes.
Gonna touch
All right.
the window.
We all hold hands.
All right, you all hold hands and you all touch the window.
Somebody has to do it with their face because we're all holding hands.
Ludin, do it with your face. He just falls into it.
You touch the you touch the stained glass window, and it gives against your weight like liquid. The glass cracks at your touch, and the rest, and you, I guess, since you're all doing this at the same time, you begin to see your skin like dissipate as if it were glass. The cracks in the window begin to glow. And one by one,
Ludin, who's obviously stopping.
You see Ludin first. You see Ludin first just like dissipate into glass, dissolving into like glittering sand, absorbing into the stained glass window and filling the cracks. And one by one, you see your fellow party members doing the same thing, like being absorbed into this window. Sand swirls around you as the scene comes into view. You see a vast forest, and in the distance a tower, very similar to the one that you are all in now. You only see the tip. It's about a mile away in the distance, but the rooftop looks very similar, and you can see the sun reflecting off the stained glass, currently intact and beautiful. Even further in the distance, you all see the tall spire of Nouveau Maximum. Very familiar to all of you, except possibly Esperise. You find yourselves in the wild woods of Lacambria. These woods, however, there's something very off. The trees are black, and the branches, while without leaves, are thin. However, they tangle up into one another like knotted hair, creating an unsettling canopy. You see a tall man scratching his head, standing over a small bubbling stew pot. His hair mid-length and light brown with a few strands of blonde through it. He dons leathers, a bow and quiver strung on his back, sword at his hip. On the grass, all around him, you see fresh water, buckets of fresh water, leeks, onions, carrots, parsley, fish, garlic, dried seaweed, celery, clams. He's holding a book as you all materialize suddenly. Startled, he knocks his shin on the pot and his boots send embers flying. The nearby dead grass begins to catch fire as he rushes over to it, stomping it out. And he goes, "Vera, don't you know it's unsafe to sneak upon someone while they cook?" Finali, there is a likeness to the man in the portrait. The one that had his arms wrapped around Raemirith.
You're Raemirith's lover!
I'm a what?
You're...
Do I know you?
No, you don't, actually. We are... Looks around to the party.
Hello.
Newcomers.
We're Ray's friends.
Yeah.
Oh, you know Ray?
Yes.
Well, my name's Oliver. It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Oliver. Why are you here?
Where is here?
What is the wild woods of Lacambria? I'm currently making stew for Ray. Our friends will be here soon. She's gone to so much trouble to put on a nice homecoming from them. Bought everyone gifts. Not really crafty, and I didn't, want to buy anything. Not that I can't afford it. It's just felt like a cheat. Which I'm sure doesn't really make sense, I think. I wanted to make something for Ray. Stew. She usually makes it, but I wanted to make it for her. I didn't think it'd be too hard. She makes everything look so easy. How did you meet her?
Handmade gifts are always better. We met her, At her
in a
home.
tower.
Oh, were you visiting her?
Oliver, what year
Yes.
is it? If you don't mind me asking.
What year is it? He looks he as you're asking, he's looking down at the book trying to focus. You guys, I guess you're approaching him, right? You guys are approaching him, right?
I'm not gonna stand right next to him, but yeah, within
Okay.
appropriate
Yeah, like you're
range.
like within, like you're not like all the way over there. Like you're within like a decent talking range.
Yeah.
The smell coming from the pot is rough. And what's inside looks pretty gloopy and the smell is overpowering. Like you get like onions and garlic so much that all of your eyes immediately begin to water. Ludin, Ermir, and Samson, you notice that he is holding the book upside down. And then he looks back up at you, Ludin, and he goes, "What year is it?"
Yeah, what year?
He gives you whatever the year is, and into the current year that it is now. This was probably 50, 60 years ago.
Figured.
That tracks.
Is that your handmade gift? That soup stuff?
And Ludin will actually walk over to him and flip the book upside down, or right side up. And be like, I think you had it.
Reese, having been in the kitchens for a long time with Raemirith, is gonna make flickering eye contact with Raemirith. Like, she knows that Raemirith knows how to make soup.
Priori's already like piddling around in the like ingredients.
In the
just,
ingredient
like,
section.
trying to scavenge at anything that could help this abomination.
It's like the scene in Ratatouille. She's just like jumping around the cauldron, throwing in spices.
I help.
He goes, as you turn it over, Ludin, he goes, "Oh, right." He looks a little embarrassed when you do so. And he looks down at the book, then back up at you, and back down at the book, and then he looks back down, up at all of you once more. And it takes a moment before he speaks once more, but then he says, "You know, I really could use some help. To be honest, I can't read. I never cooked, but, you know, some books have pictures, and I thought there might be pictures in this one."
Ludin will take the book and walk over to Praeria and give her the book. He'll be like, "Hey, definitely came here to help." So
Priori squeezes his shoulder a little bit and just like goes about fixing the soup.
Raemirith, why don't you show the kind Oliver how to make the soup for next time? The idea is he makes it with his own hands, yeah?
Right, good idea. She motions for him to come over and start showing him what she's doing.
Do you need us to like chop something?
It is puzzle time.
Oh, yay!
Alright.
crack.
Puzzle soup.
This, I think, is a good place for us to take our break, knowing that the puzzle is awaiting you all. I'm actually going to let you all... I don't know, should I let you all look at this for a little while, or should I go back to the other one? Okay.
Please.
Screenshot it immediately as you
We are going to go ahead and we're going to take our break as our players dive into this puzzle as they help Oliver, who cannot read, how to create this stew for Raemirith. So we'll be back in just a little bit. We'll see you all in just un momento. And we're back.
Hello.
What's up?
Mid-snackle, we're back. All right. So we jump back into this as you all are... Oh, thank you for the follows, by the way. We just got one from Divinosaurus and Mr. Fantastic 1020. Thank you. Thank you for the follows. We jump back in as our party... Oh my god, we got a raid!
Whoa.
We just got a raid! Oh my goodness! Hello, Raiders! Let me shout you guys out. We just got back from our break. Let me shout you guys out here.
Yeah, you guys can all watch us try to solve this puzzle.
Oh,
Yeah, the
we're
party's
Fan
about-
Girl. This is the
Oh,
charity that
wait.
CJ called out.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
y'all
right.
are
Yes.
Shout out to CJ.
Oh, hello, CJ. Shout out to CJ.
CJ.
And everyone, thank you so much.
Thank you so
Hello, hello.
much.
Yes, y'all are awesome.
Yes.
Well-
Come watch us.
Hope you met your goal for charity. That's awesome.
Yes, I hope so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, our party has just wandered into an enchanted stained glass window, and they are going to attempt to help this individual within the stained glass window. How to make Barvassian stew. It's a logic puzzle. So, jumping back into it, everyone.
Chopped ingredients.
Do we have a timer on this one?
No, don't ask, Deanna.
It's gonna burn if we don't.
We're cooking. It's all timed.
Well, no, we don't have to put the stuff in the pot first. We can just do the ingredients first and then go next the steps afterwards.
How
Do we
So,
have
like-
to
punishing
chop?
do you feel? Oh,
Don't punish us.
Do we
Okay.
have to chop anything?
chopping everything according to the recipe. Only one thing is chopped, one thing is shredded, one is boiled, and one is ground. So don't chop everything.
Correct.
Okay.
We have
Okay.
clams, parsley, carrot, garlic.
So the parsley goes in first, which means
Yes.
so
Correct.
5, 1.
But what do we do to the parsley?
Well, it
Well, first
says
let's figure out the order of things.
So the
'cause
clams,
it might be to it.
clams must be boiled,
Mm,
right? Carrots go in the stew pot before the chopped ingredient.
mhm,
Carrots chopped, right?
mhm.
And parsley goes first.
So
So
5, 1.
so parsley is the ground ingredient,
Mhm.
Yeah.
right? And it goes first. Right?
Okay.
And then carrots must go before chopped ingredients. I
Clam.
think.
Clams
We know the
always
clams go
clams
after
always
parsley.
clams always go after parsley.
So
Um,
5, 1.
So we have ground parsley first.
Mhm.
The carrots go.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Why are you?
okay. Okay. So Finn, how about you start by grounding
Okay.
up that
I
parsley?
couldn't help it. I couldn't
Okay.
help it.
You ground the
Don't
parsley
do that.
first.
Here, Art,
Yes.
I'll help you ground
Grind
some
it.
parsley. Maybe you can also do it so that it kind of has your touch.
And yeah.
Fake
And then,
touched.
Esperice, you're
You're
really good.
you're not loving. I mean, here, just help me.
Someone
You
needs to
hold a
boil.
lot of affection in your heart. Yes. Sorry, what was it, Samson?
Someone needs
Gifts
to
are
boil
always
these
from
clams.
Boil the clams.
Someone needs
Oh,
to boil these
Right.
clams.
I have never done
Anya-
this before.
One of the ingredients must be ground, one chopped, one boiled, and one
The first
shredded.
ingredient in the
Okay.
stew pot is either
So we have
garlic
boiling
or
water.
ground ingredient.
Boiling
back
water,
to
yes.
This
That'll
is
be for the
ground, it
audience
goes
here.
first.
Parsley.
I'm grounding the parsley with R.
Okay,
So ground parsley.
so that will go
boiled
first when done.
clams.
Okay, do we just dump in?
No.
Let's
Let's wait
figure
for
out.
a moment.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So I think
So we got
okay.
carrots and
Okay.
garlic.
So I think we chop the
Clams.
carrots, we grind the parsley, we boil the clams, and
And yeah,
do the
we
garlic.
No,
shred the
we don't
carrots.
chop-
We chop
We don't
garlic.
chop the carrots. The
Or chop the
'cause
garlic.
Look at number 4. The carrots go into the stew pot before the chopped garlic. So carrots are
Oh, well,
Yes.
Then they're
So-
shredded.
Shredded.
I-
think,
shredded
yes.
carrots and then
Garlic
chopped
is chopped.
garlic.
Cooking
Yeah.
is
No.
so complicated.
Why don't,
Parsley,
Luden,
clams,
why don't
Whoever
you take your
made
short
this-
swords and go
carrots.
ahead and chop that garlic, okay?
garlic.
Chop the garlic.
Okay.
I think we have.
Yeah.
I think we have the answer.
Parsley.
Who's giving the answer?
I'm going to hand the clams
Me.
over to Priaria because I don't know how to boil them.
Well, let's
I-
let's go over it together
Okay.
first before we give it to the DM.
Alright, so
Before we give it to
here's-
God.
Here's
Yes.
here's what I've written down
Mhm.
based on our collective works.
Yes.
Parsley gets ground, and that goes in
Yes.
first.
Yes.
Clams get boiled; they go in second.
Yes.
Carrots go in next, and nothing happens to them.
And
And
yeah,
then-
No,
shred.
they get
Well,
shredded.
shredded.
Oh, they
because
Yeah,
get
they
it's
get
only-
shredded. Yeah, they get shredded.
yeah.
They get shredded.
Everything gets something.
Yeah.
Because
Um,
one thing must be ground, one must be boiled, one must be chopped, and one must be shredded. And we know what is ground, boiled, and chopped,
You're right,
so the
so-
carrots have to be shredded.
so shredded carrots,
Yes.
and then garlic is chopped.
Yes.
Yeah.
In that order.
Yes.
Aye.
In that order.
She's going to love this, R.
He looks at you and he's like, who? My name's Oliver.
His name's Oliver.
Oh yeah, that's right, Oliver. Then why did the letter say R?
Finn's just got his own headcanon going right now.
As that's happening, like, is this okay? I know Raemirith has pointy ears. What's this guy? Does he have pointy ears too?
No. He is human.
Is this a regular dude? Alright, cool.
He's human.
Oliver Humanman. Show. Okay. I'm gonna cast message on Samson. That is almost certainly not R. R specifically says that time is immaterial to him, and if I know anything about humans, time is deeply material to them.
There's also a secret ingredient.
It's love.
It's
isn't
love.
It?
Yes, Ludin. See, we're on the same.
No, that was
wavelength.
Christian. Ludin doesn't say anything. He is chopping away. He is chopping away.
I didn't know Ludin was so sentimental.
He's not.
He gets it.
Very
He's
nice.
not.
No, Ludin was saying earlier
Leave me
that he
alone.
knows that we have his back, and he put all his weapons on the ground. I think it's very good.
Every time this happens, every single time.
Ludin,
Every
would you
time
like
he
to
just-
add the love?
I'm just gonna keep chopping.
So I guess just add something that you love. Maybe you can like add a piece of your clothing or something at the end.
No, don't.
No, nice.
I just like put a hand on top of Finn's hand, like
It's not edible.
Hold on.
The love is added in the act of cooking.
Okay, fine.
Every
Just
movement
blow a
your
kiss
hand
in
makes
it.
is with love. Okay.
Can you blow a kiss at it and leave me alone?
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to add any of that. Like,
I think Oliver is.
How is our soup after our answer?
All right. So, what is your answer? What's your official answer?
Parsley ground, clams boiled, carrots shredded, garlic chopped.
All right.
Oliver blows a kiss into the pot.
And then Oliver pillows a kiss in the pot.
He's confused, but he does it.
You add all the ingredients. You all help each other. Some of you chopping, some of you shredding, some of you grinding the parsley. The stew simmers in the pot, and it finally smells heavenly. You have successfully cooked Barvassian stew.
We are matchmakers to the end, baby.
Am I proficient in cooking now?
No.
2 weeks left still? Okay.
2 weeks left.
Okay.
Oliver smiles at you all and he says, "It's perfect. It smells almost as good as when Ray makes it. She's gonna be so surprised and happy. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without all your help." And as he kind of speaks, you see Ray walking over from the tower toward Oliver, and her hair is down, blowing in the wind, skin pale as ever, sleeves are short. You can see the black veins in her arms. They are closer to her body and thicker and closer together as they become closer to her chest. So like sparsely, but then they get thicker as they get closer to her actual body. She smiles and says, "What are you doing out here?" "They'll be here soon. I've been looking for you everywhere. Had to scry to find you." And then Oliver just kind of beams back. I made your stew, Ray. Taste it. You're gonna love it. And so will Marigold and Gareth." She kind of just jogs over to him, smiling.
Does she see us?
She completely ignores all of you.
Yep.
she only has eyes for him.
That's not, you know.
No.
Okay.
That I just.
Oh.
Let's start maybe following them to the tower and see what these windows.
No,
look
I mean
like.
they're still standing there. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere.
Don't you want to see how she reacts to the soup?
She leans over and she does taste it, and she says, "It's wonderful, Oliver. Better than my own." And her smile is just radiant. You can feel this truly, genuinely sense of happiness coming from her. And he smiles back, pulling her into a tight hug, kissing her forehead, running his hand through her hair. And she whispers to him, I'm so glad we're all gonna be together again. Oh, I'm sorry, that's her. I'm sorry. She says that. I'm so
She's
glad.
so rough all of a sudden.
I'm so glad we're all gonna be together again. And she just kind of leans back, looking up at him. Do you guys say anything else?
Yeah, Finn is like nudging Samson, like, look, see, I told you they were together.
You sure did.
Yeah, body language style. These folks are together, right? This isn't any sort of from the flowers, or this is not an undeclared secret love. These people are dating, just based off of the way they're acting, right?
I mean,
Or
yeah,
are they
these
just
people,
physically affectionate?
these people look like they're together.
Okay.
These people, Oliver and Ray, are together. Very clearly.
This fool's gonna die. That's my estimation.
Yeah.
I call out, hey, Oliver, you need help carrying the soup back to the cabin.
Oliver looks back at all of you for a moment as he holds Ray. And he looks sad. Then he looks back at Ray smiling. And he says, I'll bring the soup. You go ahead. I'm right behind you, Ray. Gotta lug this stew pot back to the tower. I'll only be a moment. She smiles, kissing his cheek, and then makes her way back to the tower, never once looking at any of you. He watches her quietly as his smile fades, and he continues to watch her as he addresses you all once more. No, I don't need any help with that. You know, I don't know how you found her, how you were able to find her and make it all the way here to this tower in the middle of the ocean, in the middle of a hurricane. And now you see her, sitting in that chair. You've come to kill her, haven't you? To kill her in the darkness, to end her without a second thought. You think her a monster, don't you? You see what everyone else saw when we first met. You see the dark veins, you think her weak of mind and body, and she's nothing of the sort. She's beautiful and kind and thoughtful. She's changed so many lives, always thinking of others before herself, and she deserves better. I made sure she was never forgotten. I made sure she knew how much I loved her every second of every moment up until my last. I was her first friend. Her only friend for a long, long time. She studied at Naveau, always wearing thick, dark clothes to cover what she was ashamed of. The students would laugh in the summers when it was blazing hot to see the strange, pale woman sweating, covered in dark clothes, hiding what disgusted and terrified so many.
Come to help.
Yeah, I have no such disinclinations against her. We don't know exactly, what is going on with her, but from what I can tell, she has been fighting a long and difficult battle, and we have come here to help her.
Do you know what's happening to her?
She's fighting.
But fighting what?
This darkness, whatever it is.
How long has she been fighting?
It's hard to know how long, how much time we've all been in here. Or how long she's been in here, fighting. You gather, based on the letters that you have all have read, because back then people dated their letters. Those letters are dated roughly 10 years ago.
And this guy is human.
Mm-hmm.
he says the date was 50 years ago. Jeez.
This is a memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he knows where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Like he knows we're in the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So we're taking
The
the
figment of her
subconscious.
mind.
So
Yeah.
it's not his memory, it's her memory of him.
Yeah.
So, from what we see now in the tower, the veins are now growing out of her, overpowering her, but the darkness was already with her now. Is that right? But it was just easier to keep within. How did she come into... it was with her at that point, yes?
It's been with her since the very beginning.
Look.
Since her first day. You can see the world around you beginning to blur, like sand falling around, the buildings, the trees just turning to dust around you. And Oliver looks at you all, finally looking away as Ray dissipates. And he says, "The world can be cruel, rigid, cold and ugly. Because it thinks it has to be. And I hope that you really are here to help. Because that is what we are told, that the world has to be a certain way. We have to be a certain way. Because that is the way we think it must be. The world is wrong. The most beautiful people, the most beautiful moments in my life that made my soul full were misunderstood and misjudged. Others would just take a moment to look a little deeper, to look past the surface. We'd all be richer." He looks at you all, tears in his eyes, as his form and his surrounding environment begins to fade into dust, and you feel yourselves being pulled back through the glass archway, and his final words echo out to you all. "Don't be the world." And you're pulled out from the archway, and you see that the glass pane with the arrows is now free of any dark corruption that was there before, and that the other two windows are still corrupted.
Look, guys, we did it!
I don't think we did.
Did what?
I think we did.
Look at the window.
I look at Ray.
I point at the window.
Ray is still unconscious, sitting in her chair, asleep.
Like, what's the state? Like the veins and stuff.
It has so the ones that were attached to that window retract up into her skin.
Oh, okay.
So does it look like her condition is improving, or is it just moving from the ground and thickening on her skin? It's just moving into her.
It looks like it's going back into her skin at this point.
So like during the Oliver's speech about like looking past what the world says, Ludin's gonna like remember a lot of the like stuff that the party already knows, but like the first thing that he told the party about his family lying to him, and he's gonna like during that whole part, he's almost about to cry. He's thinking about his mom, his dad, his brother, both brothers actually, and that whole exterior of hardness kind of looks like when everybody first met, or when Ludin first met Raemirith. he is not happy at all.
What happens if we get all these veins out of the glass and back into her? What happens then?
Oh.
The kind of questions that y'all had to answer before. And Ludin looks like he's visibly about to cry.
But she's always had them, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Do we want to take a moment before we go into the next window? Would it be better for everyone to keep moving? Or shall we take a moment to rest?
Esperis is looking at Ludin, but trying not to stare at him, but just making sure that his answer is the important one here.
Ludin will take his bow back out, knock an arrow, and he'll just... Let's get this over with.
Okay, where are we going next? The marigold or the sword?
From what Oliver and Raemirith were saying, they had friends named Marigold and Gareth. I'm assuming Marigold might be behind the marigold.
Checks out.
Oh. Should we go in that one next then?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go meet Marigold.
I don't grip Ludin's arm this time. I'm just going to gently place my hand on his shoulder so that he's connected to the group moving through, but otherwise give him a little bit of space.
All right. So we're going through the marigold.
Yes.
All right. Sand swirls all around you as the scene comes into view, as you're shredded into glass shards once more, and like dust, you fill the cracks of the cracked stained glass window. You immediately see a forest, drowning in smoke and flame. A village being consumed by hungry flames. You smell the ash and the smoke that burns at your eyes, causing them to water, all but Samson and Raemirith for obvious reasons. You can hear the neighboring buildings begin to crack, collapsing under the strain of the gluttonous flames. The smoke swirls out, and you see a woman with long auburn hair, braided down to her lower back. Her arms moving, clearing the smoke in a whirlwind of air. Her face is kind and painted in various symbols and shades of blue smudged against the ash from the flames. You see wilted marigold flowers adorned in her hair, some of them singed and curled back. She stands with one foot back, staff outward, glaring at the building closest to you all. And standing next to her, you see Raemirith. Her long black gown up to her chin, her hair tight in a chinion bun secured with 2 long hairpins. Behind her head, a veil, pouring down behind her like water. Her skin is just as pale. Her eyes glow a vibrant orange color. Full, without an iris. She looks fierce, angry, looking in the same direction of the building the other woman is looking. Her hands crossing out in front of her face with arcane energy crackling from her fingertips. They both stand defensively in front of a large tree with beautiful blossoms of amethyst. Some of the petals floating softly to the charred earth around it. And then you hear it. You all look over at the building as the roof caves in, sending a shower of embers into the sky. Ah! A deep, rolling growl next. Another loud screech pierces your ears as whatever this is uses all of its force to send what remains of the northwest wall of the building flying outward toward the two. You see the woman with auburn hair hold up her hands as if pulling something from beneath her. Her eyes glow green as vines fly up from the ground, weaving themselves together. The wall hits the roots, knocking her back slightly, and the roots crumble beneath the flames. You see large claws emerge from the flaming building next, with the body emerging as well. A large, lizard-like creature. It looks almost dragon-like, but much darker, twisted. Its joints bend back where they shouldn't as it moves outward from the building, smoke billowing off as it shakes off white, hot coals from its body. You all see the same orange veins from the tower coursing through the creature's body, and it screeches once more as it exhales a flood of flames from its mouth at the two protecting the tree. And with it, a swarm of flaming veins slither out of its mouth like snakes. You see Raemirith, her arms moving in fluidity and anticipation as her fingertips glowing orange and her hands thrust out in front of her. The flames rush forward, and you all feel as you're about to witness these two be incinerated into nothing but ash. But the flames hit an invisible barrier. She strains against the impact, breathing heavily, and the creature's neck snaps to the side as it sees you all. And we're about to roll initiative.
Dope.
Sick.
All right.
Oh, wow, that was a change.
Hi.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay.
Do we, in the deepest depths of our hearts, get the feeling that we're gonna get a long rest before, you know? Oh no, Ludin.
What's up?
I thought you had a short rest. You're still bloody.
Oh, well, I mean, it says my hit points are at 79.
Okay.
It says I'm at full.
You're just bloody for some reason. Okay.
I don't know why. I'm great, y'all.
Yeah, that is
my
weird.
Emotional state, I am feeling amazing. Yeah.
All right.
And then it
Should we
says
Let me grab everyone here.
we have to turn it into a battle.
Oh, I don't have permission on my other screen to do this. It's fine. I'll do it over here. There we go.
Oh yeah, this is.
All right, let's roll.
Dope.
Oh, lovely.
All right. Super good at it. Oh yeah, that's a nat 1, baby.
Oh man. Did you roll
Already
nat
killed
1?
this thing.
I did. So I got a 3 total.
Yeah, I only rolled a 4, so.
I do appreciate you putting us in the scene with Esprit as the back, because that is correct. All right.
It rolled terribly. Perfect.
All right, Ludin.
Yeah. Okay. So, this thing looks like it likes to breathe fire. And
What gave you that
Ludin.
impression?
Ludin is not about that fire life. So, he's gonna go ahead and cast Gust of Wind. And point it directly towards this creature. I'm pretty sure that was an action. Oh, that's a bonus. No, yeah, that's an action. Yeah, he's gonna point it towards this creature, and it's 10 foot, well, it's 60 feet in length, but it's 10 feet in diameter. I think that's correct. But it needs to make a strength saving throw of 14. It'll probably make it, but any of the like flames and stuff, unprotected flames in the area are just gonna go out. And if they're protected flames, there's a 50% chance that they will go out, but in general, it's just keeping the flames away from us and trying to push the thing back. And it goes back 15 feet if it fails its saving throw.
15 feet?
Yeah.
What? Is there a size limit on this?
It doesn't have one. It just says each creature that starts its turn in the line must succeed. So it starts its turn. Yeah, it just says any creature. No size limit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So at the start of its turn, it gets pushed back 15 feet.
Cool. And for my bonus action, Ludin's eyes are gonna almost go. Well, they're gonna kind of go that blackish color almost, just like they usually do. And he's gonna smash his hand down on top of the Archbane, and his blood is going to go down it, and he's gonna cast Crimson Right on his bow. And he's gonna have an arrow ready, notched and ready to go. And he's actually gonna step in front of the party so that the air isn't hitting them, but they are protected just in case that flame breath starts to come towards everybody.
Okay.
And that's gonna be my turn.
All right. This goes to Marigold. Or whoa, how did we get all the way down to Finali? Well, it's Marigold's turn. I don't know how we got
Just
to
ready to
Finali. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. So Marigold is going to look at the dragon, or not the dragon, the twisted creature, and is going to send out. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, Marigold is going to shape. She is going to. Nope. Yeah. She's gonna use Chill Touch. You all see her just kind of like lift her hands up, and like a frozen hand is going to just kind of like claw its way out of her hand and like launch itself towards the creature. See if it hits. Don't think that hits. No, it does not hit. So that misses. It just goes flying, and it misses, and that will end her turn. Prayaria.
All right, so darting out from behind Ludin a little bit, she's going to take the Flying Lotus. She has been so stoked to use this weapon. And she's just gonna chuck it straight at the dragon.
It does look like a dragon.
The dragonish thing.
Okay.
What should I do, guys? Like a short sword? Or like... Yeah, okay.
Chuck it.
Come on.
Hey!
That definitely hits.
She is like,
Oh.
okay, you know what? You're not taking the joy out of this moment. She is living her best life.
The sword just like almost like a whistle as it cuts through the air, just like right into the shoulder, and then right back out and returns to your hand.
Wait, also, sneak attack. I forgot
Sneak
it.
attack.
How do you get sneak attack?
Wait,
Do you have it if you attack first that you get it? Or because if not, I don't know if you get that advantage.
yeah.
You'd either have to have advantage on it, or somebody else would have to be in melee range of it. I think.
That's right.
Oh,
to get
right.
sneak
Okay, fine.
I think this is the first time that you haven't gotten sneak attack.
Yes, and I
She's
don't
just used
like
to getting
it.
sneak attack all the time.
It only took 35 episodes.
Somebody run up on this lizard so I can get sneak attack.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Okay, bonus action, hidden step. And I'm just gonna move over here.
Okay.
And that's it. That's me.
And end your turn.
Yes.
All right. It's Ray's turn. Ray is going to 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, that's fine. Ray is going to kind of like as like the fire like hits the invisible wall, and she is going to break that and then she's gonna step forward, and you're going to see like ice coming up her body, up her face, onto her hands, and she's just going to reach out and like twist and send this funnel of cold air as she casts Cone of Cold on this thing.
Cone of Cold.
Yeah.
Indeed. Okay.
Fatality.
Fatality. I am not sure how I can rotate that, but it does hit. Alright. That is going to be a saving throw. That it fails. Definitely fails. You see as like its body contorts as it tries to move, like its head snapping unnaturally in directions it's not supposed to move, and like its joints and body begins to freeze up as it takes this hit. That's 32 cold damage, which I think it is actually weak against.
64 cold damage.
Yep.
64.
All right. There we go. And that will end Ray's turn. Samson Martis.
Alright, the first thing I'm gonna do is cast Eldritch Blast twice and throw this at the lizard-like creature. That's going to be a 13 is the highest. Does that hit?
13 is the highest?
Yeah.
Neither of those hit.
I rolled a 6 and a 2.
Unfortunately.
Wow.
Like as you're sending it out, like the head just kind of snaps and it goes past, and then the arms just kind of snap back, and it also misses, and it's just like.
I'm gonna assume this thing, like Raemirith, is a memory, and that it doesn't even care that I'm here, and so then I'm gonna run 30 feet over here, and kind of like hide behind this pile of wood, like bonus action crouch, like get behind it and try to get out of line of sight of it, or for whatever flame breath it's gonna have, and then my turn.
All right, Finn.
All right, so Finn is going to hold out a hand and summon his spiritual weapon right next to it. The vines creeping up the falchion and the cherry blossoms. All right, let me.
Murder it, Finn.
I'm gonna do my best. All right, 19. Yeah? All right.
Yeah, 19 definitely hits. 19 definitely hits.
It's all our training.
Awesome. So 13, so it slashes up against the twisted creature's neck. Into the veins.
For 13 damage?
Yeah.
Nice. Boom. Slices up. Your sword knows exactly where to go, almost as if it wedges itself underneath the scales and begins prying some of it off, and you see some bone kind of like shrapnel just kind of coming out as your sword digs into this creature.
Ooh, that's kind of graphic. Ugh.
That's blood. Bloody.
He's like, ugh. And that'll
Finn has the moment of yes, and then the moment of
Yay!
That'll end my turn.
It'll end your turn. That'll lead us to the twisted creature's turn. It is going to. It is going to.
Go home and have a nice day.
It is going to just kind of like shake its body and snap its bone, like its neck back into place from Finali's attack, and it's just gonna claw at the ground like the girl from The Ring, and it's going to like walk all the way over here. Let me position it. Can I not move? Why am I not moving? Move. Why?
tired. He doesn't want to. Let him stay where
Yeah.
he is.
Why aren't you moving, friend?
Is this plus
He's
the 15
nervous.
feet that he has to get pushed back?
Oh yeah, he got pushed back.
He
15
did get
feet.
pushed back 15 feet. For some reason, I can't move. I'm not sure why.
Are you on the? Are you on? the
Let me refresh.
token button?
Like, yeah, are you on the ruler
Oh,
angle button thing on the
Yeah.
left side?
I love you
That'll
guys. Thank
happen
you so much.
sometimes.
I feel like a complete and utter idiot now.
No, it happens to the best of us.
So
Can't tell you how many times
it's gonna
I've done
move
that.
15 feet back from that, and then it's gonna use its movement to move over here. Yep, that's 40 feet.
Where?
Where are we going? Okay,
Oh.
so it also moves
chomp.
at half speed.
Oh, hi.
When it's in my thingy. So if it's going towards Praeria, for most of that, it can only get halfway there.
It's a line.
It's a 10-foot line. So I mean, if it moves out of the line within that time, sure. But I know
It would have moved out of the line and around it.
I still think it has enough movement anyway. but-
Yeah, it has a total of 40 feet, I think.
If I don't try and help y'all, look at
Yeah.
Hey,
Or it could just, it could just fly 80 feet.
It flies.
But it
over.
does. So there's that like tunnel of wind, right? It does a little like pigeon flap and hops over it, and then it lands next to Praeria.
yeah.
It's going to turn. Looking at all of you as it almost like it whips its tail above your head, Praeria, as you as you kind of like appear into existence with your face step, I believe. It's gonna look at Ludin and Finn. You're gonna see like its throat engorge, and it's just gonna like vomit back out those flames, and those veins are gonna emerge like snakes from its mouth as it does its flame breath. Everyone in a 30-foot line, make a save for me. A dex save, please.
Wait, what
by my
line?
I think Ludin,
Samson.
Finn, and Samson.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ludin,
Oh.
Finn. Samson is hiding, so he gets
Am I within 30 feet of it? 5, 10,
5,
15,
10,
20, 25,
15,
30.
20, 25. No, he's not. He's good. Just
Is
Finn.
the dragon within 5 feet of me?
It
Just
is.
me and my best friend Ludin.
Sweet.
Like right on top of you, practically.
Awesome. I get to
Is
make
it?
an attack against it.
Go for it.
Sentinel.
Is that fire hitting that line of wind
No.
that I'm shooting?
No one.
Hey,
Possibly
wait,
protecting
no,
Finn?
okay, wait. Praeria, you are currently still invisible because of your furbolg
Yes.
thing, so you have advantage on your attack.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
You know what that means?
Thank you.
And
attack.
that does mean
Good.
sneak attack.
Christian, why don't you draw the line? I have no idea where the line is. Can you use a measuring? Okay, because like I
I feel you.
I have
was
no
trying
clue.
to do it, and I don't know if any of this stuff is showing up for you guys.
Is this gust of wind you've done?
Yes, it's a 10-foot line, or it's 60-foot line and a 10-foot diameter.
I think
Yeah.
you can put a spell effect on there,
Can I?
like the cone of cold ones, yeah.
Oh,
So
we
this
can do
is
that.
the line, so it's not impacting your line.
Poo. Well, that's okay. What was the save?
Is a dex
Dex save.
save. As it just exhales and these flames and these vine-like roots and like come out of its mouth at you.
19.
Saves.
I got a 6.
That does not save.
Come on, I trained you better than this. Finn. Come on.
I can't see you're standing in front of me.
You could feel the fire coming.
When's it coming? Yeah. Oh, here it is.
I don't have enough dice. I don't have enough dice for this. Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh, that's exactly what you want to
What? Oh my god.
There's 8.
I'm gonna die.
I got you, boo. There's a secondary healer in the party.
Oh my god.
That is
I'd say no.
39. If you save, you take half.
So I take 20.
39, half to 19.
Oh, 19. Okay, so 50 points.
And it just screams. "Ah!" as it exhales, and you smell the burnt hair as it just completely flames all of you. All right, that's gonna end its turn.
Does a 17 hit?
Yes, a 17 does hit.
Awesome. So she's just gonna take the lotus again to stab it right in its engorged neck.
As you do that, like a hole tears open, and you like some of the flames just kind of like flame out as you stab it in its neck.
Sweet. Okay, let's try and. Wait. Okay, so yes, that is 10 damage.
All right. He's looking badly injured.
End him.
All right, and that's gonna end the twisted creature's turn. Ermir.
All right. Raemirith is going to send Umber over here next to Prayaria. Within striking. Oh wait. I think I could put him here, and then and he's going to attack. And make sure I got this right. Does he get advantage? No. He doesn't get advantage on that. This was, I think, 2 attacks. Did I get that right? Hang on.
So you send Umber your bat crafted from metal and other found bits.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so disadvantage. Okay, yeah. I send him up there, and he attacks with his claws. Wow.
New and improved.
Definitely hits.
Very
definitely
nice.
hits.
Sweet. It's so good.
Umber murders it.
Good boy. 98 plus. Sorry, it's a 3 plus 3. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, he takes 11 points of damage from that.
Nice.
Sweet.
Math.
Math.
That's how you know I'm doing math, when I like one eye is like closed and I'm like the math face.
All right. And then Raemirith is actually gonna run up here, and as he sprints towards the creature, his mechanical arm is going to shift, and like all of the tubes and the copper and the metal, they're going to pull back and reveal a short sword. It comes out of his
Nice.
arm. Going to leap forward,
Ching,
and
ching,
just
ching.
straight up karate chop this dude, but like cut him in half. Yeah. Okay.
When did Ermir get a sword for an arm? Cool.
I've been
We
busy.
don't talk enough.
I've been busy, yeah. We really don't.
You guys didn't know about his new sword arm?
Oh, that was so close.
That
was
is
almost-
unfortunately a nat 1.
I get 2 attacks though? Do I get a second one?
I mean, if you get 2 attacks, you get 2 attacks.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey,
That's better.
more like it.
Much better. Much better.
That's better. Okay, and let's see.
Murder him.
What is that? D6 plus 5. So he takes 6 from that.
6 damage. All right.
Yes.
Umber comes in and begins clawing at its face. This creature, just flecks of scales are just flying off, and you see like the veins just pulsating around its head. You come up and you shink right into its neck, and its neck cracks backwards as you slice into it. How much damage did you say that last one took? Sorry.
6 points of damage.
6. Okay.
Yeah, Umber actually did more than that.
Right.
Good boy.
Looking rough. Does that end your turn, sir?
Yes, that ends my turn.
Oh,
Good old
Esparice.
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 To end it all. The usual way.
Conserving her spell slots.
She is going to fly over to Finali and take his face in her hands. I don't think she's ever actually cast this spell without doing distance spell on it before. So for her first time actually physically casting it on a person, she's going to take Finali's head in her hands and look at him. And there's a moment when light passes over you. I don't know how to say it in a ye old way, but you know, like when you're in the back seat of your parents' car on the freeway and the lights are passing over your face and everything feels fine. You know you could fall asleep and someone would carry you home. And I'm going to cast...
I love that.
I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level, and then use my bonus action to use 3 sorcery points to regain a 3rd level spell slot. So while that is happening, golden light is coalescing around me in little motes of dust.
Nice.
Let's see how much I...
Finn's face is burning right now. He's blushing so
You go
hard.
up there and Finn's face is just like 3rd degree burn.
When she takes it. No, okay, yes. Maybe that hides the blush.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. It wasn't the 3rd degree burn.
It's a 3rd degree burn from blushing so hard.
It's 3rd degree blushing. I'm sorry.
Cool. I also
You
went
regain
fire damage.
17 hit points as I do this.
All he can do is stare at her and just be like, I'm sorry, your shawl, it got burned a little bit.
Absolutely okay. Alright.
Thank
will
you.
be-
Thank you.
That will be the end of Esperis's turn.
All right.
Alright. Alright, so Ludin, seeing how this probably isn't going to work in his favor with this, is going to drop the Gust of Wind. I don't know how to erase this thing off of here.
Oh, I can do it. There you go.
There you go.
Awesome.
I got it. I
So
got you.
I assume this creature is too large to be flanked.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm gonna cast.
Sounds fine.
Oh, stand next to me.
Stand
I
next
got
to
this. Yeah, I was coming up to you anyway, and I'm gonna
Alright.
cast Zephyr Strike, and as he's running, Ludin's gonna pull out, press the Archbane's button, and his sword will turn back into. I mean, his longbow will turn back into a short sword. He's gonna pull out his other short sword, and he's gonna go at this thing with all his might. And so the first attack will be there we go. A 14.
That does not hit.
All right,
Unfortunately.
so as the sparks are flying off that other sword, he's turning back around and using the Archbane this time. And he's gonna attack again.
Attack again.
And he's gonna go ahead and throw in the Zephyr Strike anyway and make it with advantage.
Oh man.
Wow.
That's a 2 and a 4. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
And since he is still missing,
Oh,
he's gonna
man.
finish up the last one with, since he has 2-weapon fighting style, he gets that offhand attack. And we will see if I hit, because life is not having the best.
There you
It's a
go.
16 hit.
Yes.
I think Zephyr Strike's a bonus action. Right?
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah,
You're
that's
correct.
true.
You are
That's
correct.
true. That's true.
So he's just gonna stand there menacingly.
Stewing in the failures. That's
in
some
rage.
rough rolls. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Christian.
It is okay. Ludin, it just wasn't Ludin's time to get his how do you want to do with this.
The intent
The next
was
one.
righteous.
Marigold is
Let's go.
going to run over here behind the creature with it being her turn, and she is going to once more again, she's going to just kind of coalesce, seeping like from the ground what moisture is left, and then you see the secondary hand come out of her own hands, and she's going to attempt to cast Chill Touch once more
Oh, good.
on
She's not
on this creature.
Cone of Cold. I
No,
was like, she's gonna kill us.
no.
She can't even see us. She might as well kill us.
That does hit.
Indeed. I think that's the most appropriate anyway.
Oh, I want to kill him.
14.
That is only 7? Only 7? Gosh, that was a horrible roll. Only 7 damage from her. Nope, that's one more. Oops, I accidentally decided to look at the code of this webpage. And that will end her turn. Prearia. You think you can kill it?
Let's see. She's already up in its biz.
You got it, girl.
It's gonna be a natural 20.
Gonna take her action.
All of the faith in you.
Natural 20.
Nat 20. Call it, everyone. Nat 20.
Close enough.
Is
Hey, good enough,
It's
yeah.
a 19. Close.
And you do get sneak attack. You got all
Not
your boys.
everyone was chanting. The chat had to be chanting too.
I do believe in 20s. I do.
I do believe. It's
The chat
because
was doing a lot of chanting about Nat 1 so far aside from what I can
No,
tell.
it was the delay. They didn't get a chance to chat. With
True.
Oh, that's true. We moved too
True.
fast.
I do believe in 20 should be a t-shirt.
I
do believe in
I like that. Another good T-shirt idea.
right now.
21.
Wait, are you rolling with your dagger or your short sword?
Daggers. I'm doing two
weapon fighting?
Two weapon fighting. Yes.
Got you.
So I'm going with the dagger in each hand, and the second one was a 14, which I don't think hits. Okay. So that is a total of 11 damage.
11 damage.
Yeah.
Oh no. It's about to get another turn.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we gotta kill this thing quick.
I don't
y'all.
think so. We still
We're too close. We're too close.
We would be fine.
Oh, Raemirith will kill it.
I don't want Raemirith to kill it.
Raemirith Stillwater
No.
will kill this.
Fine. In Raemirith's dream, we weren't here, or memory, we weren't here, but now we are. So let her.
Yeah, hey, I have no problem.
How do you want to do this?
You see Ray, she just kind of swirls her hands around in front of her, and this kind of noxious acid cloud just kind of forms, and she condenses it, and she just kind of like from her fingertips as she shoots some poison needles out at it, and this is gonna be poison spray. So it's gonna be a con save.
Raemirith, really? Oh, jeez. Yep.
That does hit. That does hit. Or no, that does save. It does save. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
come on.
23.
Wow.
That does. It does save. It does save.
He
Yeah.
doesn't need us at all.
No.
It's like, are you sure we want to fight Raemirith? We're not here to kill her.
Oh. That is 11
How
damage.
do you want to do this?
Funny.
I think if it's
Yes!
It's
if
half.
it's say, I don't think it is.
Is poison spray a cantrip?
It's cancer.
Because then its save is nothing.
Oh, it's nothing. Okay, it doesn't hit. That's a thank you. Thank you guys. Nothing hits, unfortunately.
Yeah!
Finn,
Samson.
murder
we
it.
did it. We did it.
We know it's close, yeah.
We did it.
That was it.
everyone.
It needs like 5 hit points left.
It just kind of like moves, cracking its neck, and it just.
Eldritch Blast.
There we go, Samson.
Hey, there's the rolls.
22 and 24 to hit.
Those do hit. Both of those hit.
Alrighty, that's gonna be a total of 6 points of damage.
That's perfect.
6.
6.
It had 5.
It had 8.
Oh no.
Does that end your turn?
I don't know yet.
Y'all are really just like
Everything
digging
fine.
for the
away.
last French fry in the McDonald's back
Oh my
there.
God. It's the best one.
Waiting for my sling.
Yeah, I don't. I
We're
think
trying.
I will.
We're trying.
I'm gonna get out of this line. And there's like a little chimney over here. I'm gonna get behind it.
Fiddle, I can do it. Fiddle, I can do it.
Come on, Finn.
All right.
I can do it.
All
I'm
right,
holding
Finn.
Fiddle Eye's
Do
head
it.
in my
I'm gonna
hands,
get
and then I
behind-
just turn his head.
I'm gonna get behind this thing and end my turn.
All right,
Okay.
Finn, are you gonna finish it? Are you gonna finish
I'm gonna
it?
certainly try. So I will move my spiritual weapon over and attack it with my bonus action. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, there we go.
Kill it with the falchion.
And hope that it hits. Oh! Okay, that's okay though.
My
That's okay.
God.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay, because he's gonna be like, crap, this thing never hits. And then he's gonna cast Guiding Bolt.
Oh no.
Guiding bolt.
Guiding Bolt.
Guide it to death.
Gosh, let's make sure this hits.
If it doesn't, Esperise just needs to murder it like usual.
No, I was so
Okay.
certain you guys were gonna kill it
Okay,
by the time
yes.
it got to me.
All right, 20.
That does hit.
Guiding bolt hits.
Yay!
Got him up!
8 damage.
How do you want to do this?
Right, all
Oh,
right.
that would have been bad. That would have been so bad. I would've
So,
been
Esperise turns his face.
Why don't you go look over there?
You can do this. Watch. Just watch. Yeah. And he like looks over and he's like, inspired by Esperise's touch, he shoots out the guiding bolt and kills it. Look, did you see that?
It was
Luden
incredible.
definitely-
Very nice.
It definitely ducks as the guiding bolt is
Yeah.
through, like,
The crack of black lightning as it slashes across the twisted creature's head.
You see like the creature begin to like implode on itself, and, like as if there was some sort of like black hole like crawling like pulling it back into this tiny space, and it just kind of like coalesces into like nothingness, and just like smoke disappears.
For a memory, that thing was really hard to take down.
Very, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, we should go probably check on them, huh?
Yes, absolutely.
Blackness in Luden's eyes fades back to his normal hazel. Put up the archbane and the short sword.
Switch over here for a second. The creature dead. As the battle finishes, you see the woman in auburn reddish hair run over to Raemirith, grabbing her up in a hug. Are you all right? And Ray just kind of looks back at her. Yes, I am. The Everblooms are safe. I'm sorry. She just kind of looks at her and she's like, why are you sorry? I'm sorry we couldn't save the village. The woman with auburn hair just shakes her head smiling. She wraps Ray back up in a big hug and she says, you are wrong, my dearest friend. There are only buildings in this village. That's the only thing that's burning here. Our village is our people, not the buildings. And they are safe in the caverns beneath us. We will rebuild. At this point, you see the woman with auburn hair glance and look over at you all. And she looks back at Ray and says, Ray, you are tired. Take a moment to rest with the others. Why don't you go and find my father? Have him retrieve those below now that it's safe. He will heal your wounds as well. And you see Ray give the woman a big final hug as she walks off, never noticing any of you. You see the auburn-haired woman begins to walk up to you all, and she says, I'm grateful for your aid, strangers. Without you, this memory would still be corrupt, and you have saved it. I'm Marigold, but forgive me, you are out of place here. Why are you here? Have you come to save Raemirith? Are you here to take her place?
What do you mean? Take her place?
Ray has been fighting this creature for years now, and it's been with her ever since her first day, though it hasn't really manifested itself until the last few years.
I do have a question about this. You and another memory have referred to it as first day. You mean she was born with it, yes?
Yes, there was a time that she used to hide her veins, and she hid herself from the scrutiny of the world. All of us, Oliver, Gareth, Marigold, we pull her out of her darkness, out of loneliness, made her see the strength she's always had. Go ahead.
Well, is that something we can do? Can we take it from her? How would one do that? I mean, maybe we could do that for your friend.
Can we not just kill it?
It's like I said. Rhea's trapped it in these demi-planes of her memories. She's been fighting it for years. If you defeat the fragments of each glass arc, it will return to dormancy within her, and she will wake, just as she has her whole life. She hasn't been sitting in this tower for hundreds and hundreds of years. It lived inside her, dormant, for so long. She deserves better than what she's gone through. She's had this with her whole life, and she could have a chance to be free of it. This is her only chance to be free of it. You helped us here. Surely your heart is true and noble to help her. She has helped so many. She has suffered for so long. That must be why you are here, to take it from her so that she can finally be free once and for all.
We would like a great deal to help her. But we do not understand how we could take this from her or how we could remove this thing. There is nothing we would enjoy more than to separate this thing from her so that it can be dealt with.
If you cleanse the glass, the final glass, there will be a moment when you return to the 3rd floor. And if you are willing, if one of you is willing to take it, you need only make yourself open to it. If you take it, it will slumber once more. Its weakness will latch itself onto those of strong will, just as it has for Ray for hundreds of years. The mantle of such a darkness grants its host unique talents, and she looks intensely at you all, and it comes with a price. Death brings it closer to waking, and one day, you must return to this tower. It will have to be your home and must be your final resting place. This is the cost and choice of taking the mantle if you have come to free her.
Why can we not kill it? It lives, doesn't it? So it can die.
You can. But if you kill it, you kill her as well.
What do you mean?
That is the cost.
Thank you very much for all of the insight that you have given to us. We hope that this will work well for her. Is there anything we can do before we leave?
Save her. And you you see Marigold turn her head abruptly as if called. The embers die down and the village begins to fade away. The blossoms of the tree
you all helped save swirls around you as the party is pulled back through the stained glass window again. You see the arch with the marigold flowers now free of any dark corruption. And the veins that infected it retract back up into Raemirith.
Bull.
Do we wish to discuss, or shall we move to the next window?
If we don't talk about this now, it'll be too late by the time we finish the next window.
You'll be able to discuss it at the end of the next one. I'm not gonna like screw you all over.
I want to, real quick, I want to go back over to Oliver's window, which I think has the arrows.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and touch it again. Like, as if I would, could I go back into it? I don't want to actually go in, but I want to feel like, could I?
I guess you could. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
I guess my question was like, was the memory of Oliver tied to the tentacles that came from Ray, or was it tied to the window? It sounds like it was tied to the window.
Yeah, it's definitely tied to the window.
And this is her bedroom, right?
Yes.
Well, we know for certain that we want to cleanse all the windows. So we probably should go through the last one and figure out what waits for us on the other side.
Agreed. Each one tells us something. I like to have all information before make decision.
Agree.
You ready? Go ahead, sorry.
I said, yeah. I mean, we figure out when we get back, right? We'll see what Gareth has to say, right?
Right.
In this moment, seeing all these, like, torn, sad faces, Esperis is just looking around at all of you, not saying anything, looking a little bit confused. But she will not say anything. Just considering.
All right.
So like while all this is going on, Ludin's kind of like wrapping up his arms and face a little bit, just trying to get all like the charred crap off of him. And he's ready to go again. Pulls both short swords out, ready to go this time, just in case.
As Finn is passing Ludin to go to the window, he kind of brushes up against his arm that's bandaged, and he casts Cure Wounds to close it up.
Hey. Appreciate it, bro.
All right. Are you guys ready to go into the last window?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Lauren.
10 for healing.
Can't wait for the after show for this one.
Everyone is looking sad and torn, right? Is there anyone who isn't?
Who's ready to go?
I think Priya is more thoughtful.
I think there's a minute where Samson's a little sad, but I think he is a little bit more, not like happy, but he's like relatively, like he's not as sad as he should be. Like when they go into the next one, like he is satisfied with something.
Ludin's pissed as usual.
Raemirith's just more like thoughtful, like prayer. He keeps staring at Ray, Just
She just remains sitting in the chair, breathing slowly, while the mink sits in her lap.
yeah, it's less like he's looking, like just looking at her, and more like trying to understand, like how someone could live with that inside of them, and he's just deep in thought about it.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
You all touch the last stained glass window, the one with the sword. Holding hands. Sand swirls around you all once more as your bodies break into shards of glass and dissipate into sand, filling the cracks of the stained glass window. And the scene begins to come into view. You find yourself in what looks to be an elven study. The bookshelves curving upward into a point similar to that of a cathedral. You look out one of the Art Nouveau stylized windows and see that you are on the second story of an elven home. The home itself is carved from the wood of the tree. The walls look sickly, though, as if the tree is diseased. A thick, milky-colored sap drips down the sides of the walls like pus. You see an Earth Genasi standing next to the desk. His skin is cracked like dried mudbeds. He has broad shoulders and is donning heavy plate armor. You see he's also wearing a crudely made crown of thorns. However, gems dangle from it, dazzling, in a variety of colors. The shield on his back is adorned with a symbol of a stone hand, palm outward and open. In the center of the palm, you see striations across it, like mineral veins and rocks. And at the tip of the tallest finger, the outline of a gem. You can history check that if you'd like. I'll come back to the history check, those of you who are proficient. He taps his fingers on it, on the desk, and accidentally knocks over a tall crystal glass of quills. And they go all over the floor, and he quickly bends over, frantically picking them up. Benelai, this man seems very nervous to you. And you hear him curse under his breath as he says, "Get it together, Gareth. He's not even here yet, you fool." And as you kind of materialize into the room, he spins around very quickly, hearing you, looking at you all now. "Fira, he'll be here any minute. I'm not ready for this. I'll fight gargoyles and chimeras, but I cannot do this. This is absolute madness."
What are you talking about? What are you nervous about?
Talking to Marigold's father, I am absolutely terrified. What if he says no? What if he thinks I'm not worthy of her?
Oh. Here, let's get these quills off the ground, because you don't want the place to be a mess when he comes, right? So Finn will bend over and start helping him.
You're right.
And he picks him up. He looks at all of you as he's picking him up, and he says,
Will you all stay with me? He won't be able to see you when he arrives. Just help me, please. Make sure I don't mess anything up. Just knowing you are here with me will be a comfort, please.
Well, this is a memory, right? So you've already done it in a sense.
he just gives you a confused look.
We'll be here.
You can do this. We'll be here with you, but I have a feeling that you're gonna be okay. And he'll reach over and cast guidance while he touches Gareth's hand.
He just kind of looks up at you and he kind of smiles for a second.
Thank you.
You all hear footsteps coming from the far door, and Gareth just locks up his shoulders.
I'm gonna very quickly cast Prestidigitation and wipe what is absolutely for sure there, all the sweat from his brow and the pit stains that he inevitably had.
It definitely,
Just make sure he's cleaned up and like he just got out of the shower. He's good to go.
Yes.
While Samson is doing that,
gonna-
I'm adjusting his collar and fixing his hair and making him look really good.
Luna's gonna cast that last spell slot of Goodberry, and he's gonna hand him one and be like, "You're not you when you're hungry."
I hope that last spell slot was worth it.
Very nice.
You know what? It was worth it for the line.
That was amazing. He while you fix his hair, Esprits, he's just like, all right. I can do this. And then as you kind of clear his pit stains and all that stuff, Samson, he's just like, you're right. I suppose I should have done something about that earlier, preemptively. But I just wasn't thinking about it. I just wouldn't think it through.
Hey, you're good. You're good to go.
And then Ludin, as you give him the good berry, he just immediately downs it, and he goes, I do feel a little bit better. I was hungry. I did eat this morning, but then I threw it back up, and then I just figured that it wouldn't be a good idea to come in, having ate something, but I feel better. I do feel better now.
Well, that's all you're gonna need for the rest of the day. He'll just put the rest back in his pocket.
Was there anybody else who said they did something that I missed? I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. No? Okay. Just want to make sure.
I just gave him a little guidance, but
yeah, the guidance.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was like, oh, thank you.
Does he have hair? He's an Earth Genasi. As I'm adjusting his pebbles, I'll say
His pebbles.
Yeah. Every father wants their daughter to be happy. That's all you have to remember.
I can remember that.
He takes a deep breath, and he hears the footsteps, and he goes, Vera, he's here. And his breathing increases, and the panic begins to kind of set in for him. Raemirith, Ludin, and Samson, you all smell sulfur. And have the entire time you've been in this room, so it's not like it's approaching, it's the entire time. And Ludin, as you hear very quickly, just a scurry of tiny feet across the wooden floor that just seems to go right by you. But you don't see anything. You don't see anything. Yes, I know what your passive perception is. You don't have to remind me.
Oh, no, that's completely fine. I'm just...
Okay.
It's like, I don't see nothing. So I need to put that short sword back out.
You don't see anything. You don't see anything. The far side of the door opens, and in walks an older elven man. Long, moss-colored robes, thin, bony fingers that place themselves in contemplation, but a belittling gesture. His face is hard as stone, rigid, penetrating, judging. Gareth gulps down his fear quietly as the man enters the room. I need everyone to roll for initiative. Throughout this social encounter, you get to be Gareth's wingman. Marigold's father is going to say something, and on your turn as Gareth's wingman, you will whisper in what his response should be.
Bad idea.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
And he will repeat that to Marigold's father, Melius.
No.
Your response doesn't have to be verbal. You can suggest Gareth do something physical, like show off his strength, or you could aid him with something.
Take out your short swords and stab him.
Hey, real quick. As we're as we smell sulfur and we hear the skittering of feet, can I cast detect magic before he walks in?
Sure.
Save the spell slot, Samson. Save it.
Nah, but if it is what I think it is, we're gonna need it.
Oh no.
I guess you would be able to detect. I forget what the type is. Hold on.
Yeah, I cast detect magic.
Let me
before we
look it
get
up.
started.
I have to look up the I don't remember what the types of school it is. You sense illusionary magic.
Oh,
Cool.
not too bad then.
You sense illusionary magic.
How much time do we have before you rest?
He just walked through the door.
Okay.
Again, let me finish reading the rules for this. Your response again doesn't have to be verbal. You can suggest Gareth do something physical, like show off his strength, or you could aid him with something in the room or use a spell. You could be witty and recount elven lore with history checks, or regale a religious tale to help prove a point. You can use any skill you're proficient in to help Gareth. Your creativity of how lies with all of you. While all of these conversations are happening, other things will be happening. You each have one reaction the entire round. This is one round to respond to certain situations that come up. Let me get those.
Are we using, for these kind of checks, are we using our stats or Garrett's stats for what we are attempting?
You're using your stats.
Oh,
Alright, let's do this.
All right.
I feel like Esperie should be our ringer.
25 to 20?
We can't roll initiative yet.
Yeah.
It's not
It
bad.
says no.
Do you just want to do a regular D20?
Just roll the regular d20. I'm not going to put us in a combat or anything.
19. Oh wait, sorry, you went 12.
Yeah,
okay.
hold on.
Solid.
Oh my god, why?
That's a
I
dirty
got a
20.
4.
No, that's good.
Yeah, you're our ringer. That's good.
Yeah, like you can bring it up that make sure we don't die.
All right, 25 to 20?
Dirty 20.
21?
Yes.
So Praeria. Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, so Raemirith next. 15 to 20.
19.
16. Oh.
So Samson next.
16.
Then Luden. All right. 15 to 10. 10 to 5. 5 to 1.
Got a 4. Esperie's got
3.
a 4. Yes! Yes! The healers go last.
Woohoo!
Finn, all right. Let me change the sound here a little bit before we get into this. Does everybody understand the rules? Do you have any questions before we get into the wingman mini game?
Esperie's is too busy gently holding Finn's face in her hands, just continually. That's why we're always going to be the bottom of initiative.
You said one reaction. Right?
You all have
At any
one.
point?
You can use it at any point.
Cool. That's all.
Does it have to be a reaction ability, or can it just be
It's
do
just
something?
just a reaction. Just a reaction to what happens.
Slap.
And I can point that out to you.
Okay, but
when it
not like
happens.
mechanically a reaction where I can cast counterspell and that's
Yeah,
it.
no, it's
It
not
can be-
something.
Okay.
It can be a reaction, and you can do any. Treat it like an action almost, but you're
Beautiful,
reacting
thank
to
you.
it. Okay. All right.
Free reaction.
Praeria, you're first. As Malleus sits down in his chair, there's tea sitting on the desk in front of him. He leans in and strokes his chin and he says, "You called upon me, Gareth. You wanted to speak. Lose another toe to hags again? Or some other appendage?" What do you tell him to say or do? What is your wingman move?
Oh, okay. He's that kind of father-in-law. Oof. Okay. Okay. All right.
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
Can I insight check this dude? Like, how's he feeling? How's his day been going? Does he look like he's in the mood for whatever's happening?
I mean, is that what do you just want to know his general move with your passive insight?
Yeah.
You have a 15 with passive insight.
Yeah.
He looks like he just looks like he doesn't give two shits about stuff.
All right,
He
cool.
looks very uptight. He looks very uptight.
And how's our boy? Is he's still sweating bullets?
Yeah. What do you say, Praeria? What do you do?
Alright,
What
I'm
do you
going
do?
Okay, I'm going to Praeria comes up behind him, like she's trying to be a very strong presence so that he feels more secure in the situation. She's gonna put both hands on his shoulders and just like encourage him to be strong during all of this. And she's gonna tell him to just be direct to the point, just tell him why they are there and his intentions. Just be sure of himself.
Make a... Let's see what that would be. Make a...
Intimidation check.
Don't fuck it up.
He fucks with you, I fuck with him. Like,
Yeah, that maybe make a persuasion check.
okay. Let's hope I'm persuasive today. That's a 12.
Okay.
Flash it, flash it, flash it, flash it.
As
Flash of brilliance before we know the outcome.
16.
Okay. What's the number?
Yeah, 16. It gives her a +4.
Okay. He kind of leans up in his chair and Gareth explains that he's here to talk about Marigold. It's something very important to him and that he respects him and he hopes that he is open to hearing what he has to say. We'll have to get to the meat at the end of the round.
Okay.
And he just kind of like nods and he kind of leans in like he's paying attention. While this is happening, you all see the ink pot moving across the desk towards the cup of tea.
Do I see like a little illusionary aura around it?
You do.
Uh-huh.
And then it begins to
Alright, cool.
unscrew the lid.
Is it my turn yet?
Everyone has a reaction, and then it goes and it begins to pour the ink
before it
into...
pours. Wait. Reaction before it pours. If I see this, I would like to cast. Where is it at? Yeah. Fairy fire.
Okay.
And yeah, so even if it's invisible, it gets a bluish light would outline it and
Okay.
every other object in the room.
Do you have to be able to see it in order to cast Fairy Fire?
No, it's
Okay.
not it's just in an area. So everything in an area. It does get a dex save if it wants to not be affected.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't want to be affected. I have no idea.
Fairy
what this-
fire also specifically, if this thing is invisible, will end invisibility.
Yes.
It's a good spell. Good spell.
Murder these elf goblin thingies.
Dexterity save.
I think it's an imp.
That is a 14 plus...
Oh no, plus.
So it's 17.
Crapskis. Okay.
Saves.
So, yeah, he's gonna save.
Pours it in the tea.
Okay, Ludin's watching for sure. If
That's right, guys.
homie tries to drink that tea, the father drinks it, but he's just gonna stand to the side, and if the father tries to drink it, that's when he's gonna use his reaction. But right now, he's just gonna sit and watch and wait.
All right, Raemirith, you're next.
All right.
He sits back in his chair, kind of listening to what Gareth has to say. And he says, or he smiles, or I'm sorry. Nope, we're not there. He says, you know, I heard Marigold and Raemirith came back to save you. Turned to stone, was it? Putting my daughter in danger for some foolish mistake you made.
Tell him to say, yes, while being turned to stone wasn't my proudest moment, it was not my intention to put your daughter into harm's way. That was her decision. And it's one of the many reasons why I love her.
Nice. Make a persuasion check. Very a low DC for that great wordage you got going.
Persuasion? Let's go. Flash of Grace. Gotta make
one left.
You won't...
Yeah, I've got one left after this one. Then.
Okay. You all right. You say that to him, and he repeats it, and he expresses all that like word for word, and he kind of malarious. Malleus just kind of like his face kind of softens for just a moment. And then hardens back up, and he just kind of nods and crosses his arms. But he somehow approves of what just happened, what was said.
No.
He then reaches down to pick up his teacup and goes to take a sip.
Pow! Right out of his hand. And Ludin will use, if he has the rest of his reaction, to tell what's his name?
Gareth.
Gareth to offer his cup of tea, since the father has apparently just thrown his.
Malleus looks very confused. Gareth listens to you and just kind of like offers his teacup, and like just various confusion of what just happened. And he does take the other teacup, and he just kind of like looks in it, and he just kind of puts it down on the table, and just kind of leans back, looking around the room.
Yes,
all right. Samson. Malleus leans forward, and he kind of like twists his finger pointing to Gareth's head, the crown on his head, and he says, "Your helm. Cursed, isn't it? You know, I sometimes wonder if you are a void of bad luck. I identified it while you slept. Irresponsible of you, and who's to say harm won't befall her, my daughter? I don't see what Marigold sees in you." What do you do?
Okay. He's pointing at the crown.
Mm-hmm.
And he says it's cursed.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with a little curse?
Yeah, that's sort of a little curse. I guess to say, what kind? Do I know what kind of crown it is? Is it like a? Is it a magical item? Is that what we're looking at here?
It is a magical item.
Like, okay. So Gareth will tell him that it's true. Bad luck does seem to follow me everywhere. And it's true. Bad luck does seem to follow me everywhere. This is going well. So
sound like me.
But when you're in the line of business that I and Marigold am, precautions have to be taken in order to protect yourself and in order for me to protect Marigold when things go bad. Because for one who has so much bad luck, for her to spend time with me is the best thing ever. It's the best good luck I've ever had. And I'll take a little bit of risk to protect her.
We got there.
There were a
Took a minute.
We got there.
Well, I just went on a journey.
It's like,
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Samson has ever tried to impress anyone's father before.
No.
I don't think.
Roll a persuasion. That was rough, Daniel. This is a very
Hard,
difficult roll for you, sir.
hey, what you got?
Well, don't worry. I rolled a 23.
That's what I'm talking about.
Kyle's went around the pen a few times, but we got him in the barn.
One way to put it.
Oh man. Okay. He just kind of like the whole time you're speaking, he's just like,
Yeah, man, it's okay. I get it.
interesting reasoning. And as that conversation's happening, you're gonna see him kind of stand up and begin to kind of like pace the room menacingly, like, as you know, in like future possible in-laws would. And you guys see, you can begin to hear the movement of a hot poker from the fireplace moving out in the way as if to trip him.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my reaction to go over there and punt this aura of illusion. And I'm gonna just, wherever it is, I'm gonna kick the hell out of it and then try to tackle it to the ground. Just
Okay,
oh,
well first, roll to hit, I guess, unarmed strike.
He said none of this
natural one.
dagger.
Natural one.
Natural one.
Oh no.
Is this the time to use wits?
Just wanted to shove it. That's fine.
Unfortunately, as you go to punt it, it slips. You slip and you just kind of land on your back, and you just hear the.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's definitely in there.
Seeing that fail and that the little whatever is distracted, I want to use my reaction to cast Mage Hand to just yoink that poker out of that, like the floating poker, and try to grab it with Mage Hand.
Okay.
Yoink. You're not gonna punt it either?
I'm not really a punter, generally.
Neither am I.
You do so.
Oh, it just works?
I mean, it's a mage hand. I mean, grab it, move it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just yoink the thing away and I put it neatly back in the stand.
Of course
and then
you
I move
do.
the stand
Kind of
somewhere
dust it
else.
off a little bit from the.
Yeah.
And he continues to walk, and he walks past that, where he would have tripped. Luden.
Alright, oh boy. Don't accuse him of any crimes.
Don't accuse him of any crimes.
Where were you
I
last night?
I will say, just preemptively, Luden's shadow thing is starting to spin around a little bit, just in case the old trusty dandy blood magic might come in handy.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
So just be prepared, everybody. I have a plan though. So But
We try to impress, not insinuate.
Yeah.
I know.
He walks over to the bookcase, takes a book out as if bored with the conversation, flipping through some of the pages and putting it back, and as he does so, he says, "So decorated in your elaborate armor. Is that supposed to impress me? The glare from your chest is giving me a headache. Did you expect to battle me in here? Hardly the attire for civilized conversation."
Jeez. I got that?
Coming for the jugular, isn't it?
I swear.
I'm going through these in order based on the initiative.
Alright. Yeah, you know what? Luna can't speak to that. So, he's gonna do what he does best and instead use blood magic in a social situation. He'll cast the blood curse of binding on the father, just so that he, like, tenses up a little bit. And then so that Gal could go over there and go like, "Hey, what's the problem?" and drop it as soon as he gets over there, as if he has the magic touch or something like that.
Do you tell Gareth to say anything?
I tell Gareth, be prepared if he gets a little tense to massage his shoulders. I think that's where the biggest tension is going to be.
Is that a strength save?
Yeah, 13. So he'll probably save, but I mean, that's the best I can do.
That's a natural
Holy
20.
crap.
That's a natural 20.
Well, I guess Gareth is on his own with how he responds, but I said be ready, be prepared. I didn't say that he's gonna do it.
Melius just kind of looks back at him, and he goes, "Are you trying to cast a spell on me?"
Oh, goodness.
Do they know?
I mean, it fails, but they know that you, like, he still knows a spell was cast on him, but it failed.
Oh, I didn't know that it knew. Excuse me.
It's kind of like charm or, other spells. I'm fairly certain that if it fails, he would know that, like, because his mental prowess or whatever, strength saving throw, whatever it is, like, would have
overpowered
the spell. And he turns and he goes, "What kind of malicious resorts are you getting at, Gareth?"
Is it still my turn? Oh, no.
Now that as all of that is happening, somebody fill Daniel in.
Luden just blood cursed the father-in-law.
Yeah.
Tempted.
No,
I did attempt. And then he
He's
rolled
like,
a nat
not
20.
surprised. He rolled a nat 20 on his save.
What do y'all expect?
he
It's
knows-
a social situation, and I haven't trained yet, so that's the way it's going to be.
Train you, we just gotta get out of the tower first.
With that, while that is happening, you'll hear the skittering across the floor, and those of you close to the desk will just see this little like curl of some sort of black ooze curling like on the chair, and you smell the poop. This black ichor poop as it takes a dump on the chair.
Oh god. Wow. Can I use my reaction to try and is there there's an ink
use
pot,
your hands,
right?
Put it back in there. Okay.
Well, there's an ink pot.
Yeah.
Maybe I can take something and I'm really good at scooping up poop after snog cookies.
There we go.
Can I try and clean it up by grabbing?
Yeah, you can use your reaction to go over there and just kind of how do you clean it up?
Chuck it out the
frantically, oh god, it's so gross and it stinks and it's sulfur, and he's gonna take God, one of the papers on the desk and scoop it onto this paper.
You're looking at it and it's like some sort of official document for the entire enclave of druids.
Oh, boy.
some sort of initiation ceremony for someone. You have no idea who, but you're like, it's okay.
That's okay, whatever.
You can write
More
it again.
important. And then I'm going to dispose of it near. Where can I dispose of it?
Ludin's just
Chuck
pointing
it out the
window.
window.
Just yeet it
Is
out
the window open? It is,
yeah.
right?
I mean, it's like an open air concept.
Out the window.
It's like
it
a
goes.
Bali. It's like a Bali, suite or whatever.
Well, then it lands on somebody below because I throw it down the window.
It does.
It's not our dude. It's not our problem.
Not our problem. All right.
It's a memory. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Esperise. It's like,
All right.
It's how it
This is
usually
what I'm built
works
to
anyway.
do. Watch me get shooten at once. Let's see here.
this is so. I did not plan this.
Go ahead.
I did not plan
Go
this,
ahead,
honestly.
buddy.
He says his nose scrunches up
Oh my god.
with the smell. And he goes, ugh. You reek of animal carcass. Your diet is barbaric. No better than a vampire or flesh-eating corpse. You could have at least ate some fresh mint or gnawed on licorice root for both of our sakes.
It's perfect.
I'm assuming that I can't do my persuasion and prestidigitate the stank in the same thing here, right?
I mean, it already smells
I
like
could do one or
sulfur
the
in
other.
here.
We get one reaction for the whole.
Even if it wasn't true, this is probably something you would say.
But yeah, I can't prestidigitate on the same turn that I am persuading, right?
Have you
I
used
mean-
your reaction?
I already used my reaction for something
you-
else, so I
you-
don't have a reaction.
Yeah, you don't have your reaction.
Okay.
Bonus action. Prestidigitate. Action. Persuade.
Okay.
There you go.
Here's what I'm going to recommend that Gareth say. Tell him the truth. That you are here speaking with him today because you respect him and because you love his daughter and you know that his daughter loves him. But his daughter is the most incredible, kind, courageous, strong-willed woman that you have ever met, and she will make her own choices, and that is one of the many things that you love about her. And that the fact that he is speaking, that you are speaking with him today, is out of love for him. The decision belongs to his daughter, and he knows that. You know that he does.
Make a persuasion check.
Alright, that's a advantage with a plus 11.
She
Let's
puts her
hope this
glasses
works.
back on like, yeah,
All right.
let me make that persuasion check. Yeah.
25!
Yeah.
His face softens once more. This time it lasts longer. And he just kind of like clears his throat and looks away. Something's getting to him. That certainly did.
Ooh. Okay.
As that conversation is happening,
Oh no.
you see as he begins to kind of walk back to his chair, and you see just kind of the skittering along the ground, and just being placed on the floor. You see these sharp thorns on the ground, like caltrops for Melius to step on.
More reactions.
I'm gonna. Wait, how do caltrops work? Like, if you touch them, can I pick
It's just
them up?
like thorns. They're just like thorns,
Okay.
like stepping on a nail.
Like you
Alright.
scattered a bunch of D4s on the ground.
Yeah, or Legos.
Or like yeah.
Oh, she's Prairie is gonna stealthily try to just pick them all up real quick.
Okay. You can certainly do that. You've used your, you haven't used your reaction yet.
Yeah.
All right. You quickly go over there and you just kind of like with your long arms, just kind of like sweep him over off on the floor to the side as he continues to walk barefoot on the ground. Or on the.
I was gonna talk about other people's attire. He is barefoot in this man's. Okay.
In a house. Like that's somebody
It's
else's
fine.
house too.
You acknowledged it smells weird, and you took your shoes off anyway. That's all I need to know.
All right.
Don't let him sit in that poop chair.
He does go over and he does go and he sits down. I mean, the poop's gone. He
Still,
sits down in the
Luden's
chair.
face is just like, ew.
Finn, bringing up the rear.
All right. You've announced your intentions and you've said how much you respected him. Now it's time for action. So.
Well, he hasn't said anything yet.
Oh, he did not say that? Okay.
Yeah, he hasn't. Malleus hasn't said anything for you to respond to yet.
Antagonist has to rankle.
I have to wrangle you.
Oh, okay.
But you can end with that. I like where you're going with that.
Okay.
He says, have you even spent any time to get to know our culture? Have you read? Do you even read? You come in here wearing armor and a sword, is that all you know? Are you well read? And I swear to God, I did this in order. I did not plan. This just, the rolls are in your favor today, Danny.
Yes, all right.
And you may make a history check if you would like to use that with your action.
Okay. I think I will. I mean, do I get advantage since he's an elf? I don't know. Like.
No. You
don't. All right, I'll do my best. 10.
That will work. 10 was the minimum.
Hey.
Okay.
Minimum.
Our boy knows something.
This culture, as you kind of look around, you've looked at some of the spines of the books, and you kind of flip through some of the pages very quickly, frantically, as this conversation is happening, and you see the Everbloom tree. The same tree pictured is the tree that you all saved earlier. It's Vera's promise. There's a tree similar like this on your island. Similar to the Everbloom tree. It's Vera's promise to one day return. That she has not forgotten her followers. And even through her slumber, she hears them. Vera does not know time like that of mortals. Her sacrifice reflects the sacrifice we all must make in our lives. The blooms are a reminder of promises, and those that offer one of the blooms to another individual makes an unbreakable promise of the soul. The types of promises vary, but the most important regards matters of the heart. And you see Gareth pull out a bloom from his pocket as he is about to ask his question, and you're about to send him home.
Oh yeah, so I relay this information all about Everbloom tree, and I tell him, make sure you add that just as true as Vera's promise, you promise to him that you will forever love his daughter and protect her more than anything in the world.
And with that, Gareth approaches Malleus, says everything that you've instructed him to say, and asks for his daughter's hand in marriage. Malleus listens, the muscle in his jaw tensing from time to time as there's a part of him you knew that he knew what was coming. As he looks at Gareth and takes a deep breath and stands back up, he says, I admit, I have been hard on you. Honestly, others that have pursued the sun in our grove have given up quite easily. My methods make it easy to pluck out the unworthy and the cowardly. Are those who wish to join in the order to take my place of power, and they use my daughter to get to that position. You, however, persist, despite everything. There is much I don't approve of regarding your decisions, but she does love you.
I've never seen her smile with such radiance as when she talks of you. You may have my blessing on one condition. Never grow complacent. Never stop listening. And get rid of that bloody cursed thing on your head. The blessing is given. And as Malleus leaves the room, you all see Raemirith appear out of nowhere. Her hair is down and flowing around her shoulders, but her sleeves are long and her collar comes all the way up to her neck, covering as much skin as possible. Her eyes, vibrant and orange. You did it, Gareth. I knew you could. He was an absolute ass. This is after he's left, of course. He's left. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. For the rest of your life, no less. But I dare say it will be worth it in the end. He smiles back at her and pulls her into a big hug. I couldn't have done it without you, Ray. Thank you for being here by my side. I feel ridiculous for being as I was, nervous and foolish. Man makes me feel like a complete idiot. I don't know if my words were genuine, Ray. They all came from you. And she shakes her head as if, and just looks at him smiling. No. They all came from you. Everything I said, they were things you had already told me. It came from your heart, Gareth. I just reminded you through the stress of the situation. When your mind was clouded from the storm that is essentially Malleus as a whole. They hug once more, and as they do, Gareth looks at you all. Once more, face going from smiling to downtrodden. And Ray pulls back immediately. Well, I simply must go set the stage for you. I'm far too excited now. She has no idea tonight, by the river, maybe with fireflies. I'm thinking fireflies is very romantic, especially with a druid, a nice willow tree. And he just kind of looks at Ray with a half smile, and he says, how about home? At the tower. Her chin dimples slightly and she says, you stop it right now, Gareth. I can't very well plan this if I can't see through tears. She inhales a sniffle, wiping her eyes quickly. Right, off to plan. And she leaves the room. Gareth looks at you all. His face saddened. And he says, I see the eyes of some of you. There's an eagerness to snuff out a candle before its wax is gone. There's no need for that. You could leave. There's no need for death. There's no need for pain and suffering. If you cleanse the glass and wake Ray, when all is said and done, she could do as she was before. The darkness will recede back into the depths of her being, and that could be it. Don't kill her. Please. It's not the life I want for her. She doesn't deserve to die. She came back for me with Marigold when no one else would. When I was nothing but stone and a lost cause in the nest of a basilisk. Please. She can stay here. She can live in this place. She made this prison a home. And it can be that way again. Without your help, Fate's path would have but one strand, and now there are three. If you desire death, final and swift, you deliver Raemirith to death, and so the creature. If you desire life and confinement, you deliver Raemirith to the prison she has already created, and while the creature still lives, it remains dormant within her. But she'll be awake and alive once more in this tower. Darkness dormant once more for years. If you desire self-sacrifice, you deliver Raemirith to a new life, one she has never known. You take on her mantle, her burden. Your final end days spent here in this tower with the risk of death and what will lie within you. But you may leave and do what is you need to be done. But you will need to return one day. And as the scene begins to fade one last time, and the corruption... Go ahead.
I would like to walk forward and take his hands.
Okay.
Having you and Marigold within her life was a great blessing to her. It has become very clear to me, seeing her life as it passed, that she had a life of great joy, and I'm sure she is still very thankful for you. Gareth, do you remember when you passed?
I do, and yet I don't. I am a memory, a reflection of Gareth. I am also part of Rae, and I know everything she knows. So she may not know what I felt, where I was.
When the time came for you, Gareth, it came. And the love that you felt from her and from Marigold and from all those who had met, who had been with you through your life, was there for you at that time, as you will be with her. She loves you still, I'm sure. There is no greater act of love than to let her go.
He remains quiet. And he kind of swallows. And he says,
I can't. None of us can.
I understand. May peace be upon you in time.
is there anything else that anyone else would like to say?
Prayer just wants to ask, was there something special about Raemirith? Her body to hold it.
I'm not sure what you're asking, Raina.
Oh, she's trying to ask like if there was a reason like Raemirith's body was able to hold the
darkness?
The darkness.
Rae always liked to hug. Made her feel safe. It still does. She always found comfort in a warm embrace.
Thank you.
As the scene begins to fade, if no one else has anything, one last time, and the corruption of the final glass archway is complete, you all find yourselves now standing in the darkness on the other side of the stained glass. You look out and you can see the room. You can see this suspended animation of time waiting for you all. And the final words of Gareth echo out as the rest of the scene blurs into darkness and you're all standing there. And he says, "The choice is yours to make." And that is where we will end tonight's session. How's everyone doing?
Conflict.
Is it clarity time?
Yep. Well, we'll discuss all of that in the after show that we share with our patrons on our Patreon. How everyone feels at the end. Before I do that, let me do our closing announcements and thank the new subscribers and all that good stuff and the followers. Let's see. Thank you, Wandering Marauder, for the follow. Thank you, X-Typophobia, for the follow. Flockobama. Yeah, Flockobama for the gifted subs. Thank you so much. You're so awesome. We really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you, Paul Partita, for the like. Divinosaurus, of course, for the follow. Mr. Fantastic 1020 for the follow. World Fangirl for the raid of 25 with CJ. Thank you so much. And then, of course, thank you, Word Fangirl, for the follow. End Lab Gaming for the follow. Dimples and Dice for the follow. Another great one. Magma Lair for the follow. Lonzo Gonzo for the follow. Undermutt for the follow. Gooey Tooey for the follow. Thank you all so much for the follows. If you love the cast, you can also follow our cast on social media using command FateCast. If you enjoy our show, please consider supporting us with a sub or use that free Twitch Prime sub. It takes a lot of work to bring you this content every week, and we want to keep bringing you awesome content every week. Subscribers, of course, get exclusive emotes and access to the secret corridor on our channel, on our Discord and server, where I share work in progress shots of my artwork and any kind of behind the scenes stuff that we're working on, and more. You can also catch up on all of our shows on YouTube with command YouTube, so make sure to follow us on YouTube. And you can also support us on Patreon at patreon.com/InkandLyre, where we post our behind the scenes after shows, which we're going to record as soon as we get done streaming, so all of the cast can react to tonight's episode. With that, I'm going to find us somebody to raid. Oh, Daniel has, are they live? Did you make sure they were live, Daniel? Okay. We are going to be raiding Fae Fiends and Friends this evening. Fae Fiends and Friends. Thank you all so much for joining us. We will see you. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me talk about other shows. Jeez. Tomorrow, I don't know why that wasn't on my notes for some reason. We have other shows. Tomorrow we have our Twisted Veil show, which is Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. We do Through the Breach Malifaux campaign, which is like different. It's not Dungeons and Dragons, card flipping, very different system. Steampunk Victorian horror, very cool. Deanna is in that show. So that is tomorrow.
I have a bullet permanently lodged in my skull, and we're gonna go to the theater. Those are 2 plot points happening right now.
So join us. They're going to the theatre tomorrow. Very, very cool. And then Wednesday we have our Iron Valor show, where we do Wizards of the Coast modules. We're currently going through Curse of Strahd. We're getting to the end of our Curse of Strahd campaign. I am in that show. Raina is in that show. Daniel is the DM of that show. And yeah, so that's Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So I didn't say it this time, and now Brandon's smiling like, you gonna say it, Lauren?
He was waiting. He was ready.
He was.
for the
He's
mention.
smiling now. He's smiling. And then Friday, we have short rest. This short rest, Dylan, James, and Max, I believe, are going to be playing some Stardew Valley, and they are from Iron Valor. So you can join us for short rest on Friday. Dylan will probably be running the stream again, and which apparently is his stream on when he does that. So yeah, lots of fun. Other than that, we're gonna start our raid. We love you all. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you back on Fate's End next Monday. Sending you all on a raid. And well, yeah. And all the other shows that we do.
See you tomorrow.
So we will see you then. Bye.